All right, officials, please call your first athletes up. We have Tommy here in one lane still giving some instructions here, some last-minute instructions. We had some questions from competitors before we get started. And here we go. Please call your first athletes to the logs, and we are going to kick this off in the max log event. In lanes 1 and 2, the starting weight at 125 pounds for our lightweight women. In lanes 3 and 4, the starting weight at 155 pounds for our middleweight women. And in lanes 5 and 6, the starting weight 175 pounds for our heavyweight women. And you see right off the bat, these starting weights are not gimmies. They are heavy already, and believe it or not, it only goes up from here. We have some successful lifts already on the board. Folks, make sure when your favorite athlete is up to lift that you give them all your energy, all your voice, and all your loudness. They're going to need that energy. They're going to need that support to make these incredible lifts. Terrific lift here in lane number 2. Lane 1 utilizing a beautiful split jerk style. You will see many different ways that this lift is achieved. Different techniques for different competitors.
Pick it up, pick it up!
As long as they get it from the ground overhead, it's generally a good lift. There are very few things that are not allowed on this event. The ladies cannot rest the log on top of their head, but they can use the split jerk style. They can use a push press with leg drive. They can use a strict military press style if they so choose. However they feel is best for them to achieve the lift and get that giant log from the ground all the way to arm's length overhead. And lane 3 makes that lift look very easy, very comfortable lift for Jamie there. There are a few things that the judges are going to look for on this event. In order to receive the down command and get credit for the lift, competitors must have the arms straight, the object overhead. There must be no movement of the log or the feet once it's steadied overhead. They must be standing upright with their head under the log, and the feet must not be split. The feet must be even in order to receive a down command. So even if the competitors utilize that split jerk style, they must still bring the feet back evenly before they will get the down command. If the log itself is not steady overhead, they'll have to get that steady before they get the down command in order to get credit for the lift. You'll notice some different attire amongst our competitors as well. The Strongman Corporation grip shirts are legal on this event. And those are the sparkly looking shirts that you see. Those actually have some rubberized material in the shirt itself that helps grab onto the log and prevent the log from slipping on their chest. And you'll see a few different ways to clean the log as well. And when I say clean, I mean to get the log from the ground to the shoulders before they actually initiate the press. So step one is generally they're going to sort of stand up with the log, get it above the knees. They may even do a rowing motion to pull that log into the lap. Then they're going to sit down, and you'll see some competitors that like to sit down very low with the log. And the reason for that is they want to sit down low so that they can get a high anchor point on the stomach with that log. That way the log can ride on a high position as they stand up to whip that to the chest. Some competitors prefer not to get quite that low and prefer to almost drive their hips into it to throw it up from a lower anchor point to get that log to the shoulders. One very important part of the transition from getting that log from the lap to the shoulders is to get the elbows up in that rack position when it sits on the shoulders. And you see that done very well here in lane number 4. So they must get the elbows nice and high in that rack position on the chest in order to create a stable rack position and transfer all of that upward movement of the body, all of that leg drive into the log. Fire that bad boy overhead. And we already have a few weight changes coming in several of these lanes. So every round, every time you see someone changing the weights in one of these lanes, they're adding another 10 pounds to the log. So for the lightweight ladies, the starting weight was 125. So once they add weight here, it goes to 135, 145, 155, etc. Middleweight ladies in lanes 3 and 4 began at 155. So when you see weight getting added here, that's going to 165, then 175, etc. And in our heavyweight lanes, lanes 5 and 6 on the end here, their starting weight was 175, and they also have 10-pound jumps on each round that the weight goes up. And what an incredible effort we saw there in lane 5. A well-earned lift. She fought for every inch of that lockout. She's got to be happy about that. And you'll see, like in lane 5 here, you are allowed to skip any increment that you do not want to take. So you can strategize a little here. For example, if you come in at 175, but you don't want to take 185, you are indeed allowed to skip to 195. So you'll see several competitors that do not take the opening weight or that do take the opening weight and skip the next increment. The reason for that being is you don't want to take more lifts than you have to, because every lift that you make is going to take some of that precious energy that they're going to need for the rest of the weekend. Once again, a variety of techniques here. We are seeing some absolutely terrific lifting. Seeing some very explosive leg drive. And again, when you're trying to lift the most weight possible, you really want to take advantage of that leg drive if you can. Some people feel more comfortable with different techniques. Phenomenal lifting we are seeing right here at the Strongman Corporation 2021 National Championships. We would like to thank the Convention Center here, the staff here, and the management here for hosting us. We are happy to be here. We hope they're happy to have us. This is a wonderful facility. We are honored to be here, especially with seating like this where everyone is able to see the action well. Absolutely terrific effort there in lane number 4. So I believe every lane is now beyond the starting weight, on to round 2 or 3. If they miss an attempt, they are allowed to retry it. They have a certain time limit in each lane. Each lane is running its own timer, but as long as they make that lift within the given time, then they will receive credit for it. So, again, if they pick it up and it doesn't go, if it's a close miss, that's okay. They can still grab it again and give it a go as long as it is within the time limit. So they have 30 seconds to complete a lift. That sounds like a long time, but it really is not, because it requires so much energy if you have a missed attempt to have to grab that again and try to throw it up within that time limit. This event tests the entire body. That initial pick off the floor requires power from the hips and back. Once they pull it into their lap, then they have to drive upwards with the hips and quads while pulling with the upper back to pull that log into the chest so it's nice and tight against the abdominals so that the log doesn't slip. Then they have to push up with the arms, get those elbows up to create that rack position on the chest. From there, it's all about getting a big leg drive and firing the delts and triceps to get that thing overhead. So that is just as exhausting as it sounds, folks. And once again, lightweight ladies are in lanes 1 and 2. Middleweight ladies in lanes 3 and 4, and heavyweight ladies in lanes 5 and 6. Once a competitor is unable to complete a lift within the 30-second time limit, that competitor is then eliminated from the rotation. So you'll notice the lines are getting a little shorter at this point as several competitors have already been eliminated. You see our staff doing a great job here adjusting the equipment for the competitors, making sure that the plates are on tight. You see the little clamps that they have on the end. Those clamp on to the loading pins of the log and make sure that the plates can't slide off in the middle of an attempt. Absolutely fantastic lifting we are seeing here today. These competitors giving it everything they have in pursuit of the national championship. And a close miss there in lane number 6. And Sean gets it there in lane number 6. She had a little bit of a bobble on that first attempt. It flew up easy enough. She had to grab it a second time to put an exclamation point on it.
Come on.
Nancy skips another one. I'm not sure if she's taken an attempt yet. She's got her poker face on. One of the more difficult aspects of this lift is to maintain that rack position on the chest. If you don't have the rack position secured with the elbows up and tight and plenty of tension into the log, what will happen when you dip and try to get that leg drive is that the log can start to roll down the chest. As soon as that log has any downward rolling motion, and she's okay. Lane 6, she's okay. She's going to walk away from that one. Glad she's all right on that. And we are getting to the point where we are seeing a lot of ladies start to struggle with these enormous weights. They just keep going up and up, heavier and heavier. You see some of our sponsors on the banner here, Rogue, Serious Steel. Also, thank you to Generation Iron for their coverage of Strongman Corporation events. Make sure to check out all the articles from Generation Iron. And good lift in lane 1. She had to fight to stabilize that one. She ended up getting it. But you'll see sometimes they have to chase the log. If the log goes forward or backward, they'll have to move their feet to get under it in order to get it stabilized. So trust me when I tell you, that log can take you for a ride. Looks like we may have more weight changes coming up here. We may be consolidating some of our lanes at this point. So as we come down to the final dozen competitors or so in each division, 15 or 20 even maybe, they're going to combine them into one lane so that they're not quite as rushed, because it's a little difficult to make a heavy lift and then have to do the same thing immediately just a minute or two afterwards if you only have a couple of people between you on those attempts. So as the numbers dwindle down on the rosters, we're going to combine some of the lanes in order to continue to give the competitors more time between attempts so they're able to recover and put forth their best effort on each lift. So you'll see our middleweight ladies have been consolidated here into lane number 4. Our heavyweight ladies have been consolidated into lane number 6, all the way on the right. Lightweight ladies currently still in 2 lanes, in lanes 1 and 2. I think lightweight was our biggest class this year. So big shout out to our lightweight ladies. They really came out in force this year. Gigantic division. Okay, we're having a weight change in lane number 6. Looks like we're ready to roll in lane number 4. So I've just been informed by our officials here in lane number 6 that in lane number 6, the heavyweight women's log is currently at 205 pounds. We are going 200 plus in lane number 6. This would match the current amateur national record. In lane number 4, we are currently at 185 pounds for our middleweight ladies. 185 currently. And a close attempt there. The question is, can she get that lockout and stabilize that lift? Plenty of explosive power. Once again, 30 seconds sounds like a long time, but when you are tasked with picking up a gigantic 185-pound log from the ground over your head, 30 seconds isn't that long, folks. Big explosive power we are seeing here in amongst our lightweight ladies. Impressive lift after impressive lift here at the National Championships. And look at that in lane number 4, really fought for that one. Great effort to get that stabilized. Some would say the hardest part of the log lift for many is that last few inches to get that lockout and actually get it stabilized. And as an example of what I'm talking about, it was just a few years ago when some fella named Eddie Hall, that some of y'all might be familiar with, was going for a log press world record, and he threw the log up with what seemed to be pretty good fashion off of his chest. Got his arms pretty much locked out, but again, he was not able to complete the lift and get it under control with his shoulders and upper back to hold it there and get the down command, and it cost him a world record. So the very top of that lift is so difficult. Big power there in lane number 2 from Amber. Great lift. Solid push press style technique. And Nancy finally makes her first appearance, I think, over there. Made it look easy. Beautiful clean there from Katie. Flew right up the chest into that rack position. She still has some time. No problem getting it to the chest, and just a little short on that. It's getting serious now. Some of our competitors are breaking out the smelling salts. A little ammonia to excite the nervous system. Hey, apparently it worked. All right, our esteemed officials here in lane number 6 have informed me that we are now going to 215 pounds in lane number 6 for our heavyweight women. This lift would exceed the current amateur heavyweight women's record on this lift. And to clear up any confusion, there is a difference between pro records and amateur records before anyone throws something at me from the stands. Lane number 4 is now at 195 pounds for our middleweight women. And it looks like our lightweight ladies are now being consolidated into a single lane. So lightweight ladies will now exclusively be in lane number 2. And lightweight ladies are on 155 pounds here in lane number 2. And there you have it, folks, 215 up and over, and it's good. The question wasn't if anyone could do this lift, it's how many of them can do this lift. The standard keeps going up and up, just like these enormous log lifts. No amount of hyperbole on my part can express how impressive the level of lifting we are seeing right now is out of these ladies. Another good lift in lane number 4 there for the middleweight women. Again, big thank you to our staff. Thank you to everyone that came out to help this weekend. We appreciate you. We couldn't do it without you. We love you from the bottom of our hearts. And here we go, 215, lane number 6. And honestly, makes it look pretty simple. Are we going to run out of weights? We may have to run to the local Dick's Sporting Goods and get more weights for these ladies, because that still looked easy for them. So lane 6 now going to 225. Three ladies left at middleweight, 205 pounds on the log here in lane number 4. This would exceed the current amateur middleweight national record. I gotta tell you, as good as these ladies looked on the last round, I have no doubt we are gonna see this weight go up here in lane number 4. And there you have it. New national record. And Nancy answers with a good lift of her own. We have quite the match going on now. A three-way dance here in lane number 4. Easy time getting that up to the chest. And she's going to walk. She felt something she didn't like there. She's going to walk away from it, conserve her energy. She's going to have a great placing on that event. So she decided to save some energy, not go for that again. She's got 5 more events to do this weekend. Okay, 165 for our lightweight ladies down here in lane number 2. Here comes Amber. And she's going to walk away from that one. Great effort. So athletes, if you have been eliminated, please go ahead and head to the back. If you've been eliminated, let's go ahead and clear the floor. Our officials have asked for any athletes that have been eliminated to go ahead and clear the floor. And these heavyweight ladies are still going down here. .225 here in lane number 6. And it's good. What an effort. And now we go to 235 for our heavyweight ladies. Here in lane number 4, she's got a little bit more time. 30 seconds goes quickly. Here she goes, log into the lap, squats down, pulls against the chest, into the rack position. Fires it up, and she does it! A clutch performance, a buzzer beater, if you will. Let me make sure here with referee Tommy Burns. And he says, yes, that was within the time limit. Fantastic lockout and control down here in lane number 2 with our lightweight ladies. Looks like we're down to maybe 6. She's using a wide split on this. Pulls it to the lap. Tight against the chest, rolls it up. Has the elbows nice and high. And she sets it down. She's going to live to fight another day. She's still going to have big points on that event. It's a huge class at lightweight this year. So she got a lot of points off that event, even without this weight. The power on that clean, rolled it right up the chest. Big push press technique. Lots of power out of the triceps. Lane number 6, 235. Here comes Shawnice. And almost in synchronized fashion, we had our lightweight lane and our middleweight lane almost in perfect synchronization. And look at that, Shayna with 235 pounds. Again, another national record. Colleen up next. Getting a little last-minute boost from the smelling salts there. 235 pounds, it's in the lap. It's up to the chest. Rack position steady. And look at that power. So you know what that means, folks. Heavyweight now goes 245 pounds with our final 2 heavyweight competitors. So I've just been informed that Cassandra Moore is our new national record holder at middleweight at 225 pounds. So middleweight is finished, lightweight and heavyweight still going. I'm seeing 4 lightweights left. 2 heavyweights left. And our officials are going to let the heavyweights take a little breather here before they attempt this next weight. We're going to keep them moving, but we're not going to rush them too much. And then there were 3. A little bit of a control issue there.
Come on.
With that technique, she's got to get under the weight quickly. Time has expired, down to the final 2.
Big noise.
$185 on the bar for our lightweight win. Are you kidding me? Look at that. She almost threw that thing through the roof. Moment of truth. 185 pounds. And here we go. Into the lap. Tight against the midsection, rolls it up to the chest. Elbows high. Position looks steady. Leg drive, it's up, it's moving. And not quite. Can she recover? Using a terrific layback there, but was unable to get the lift. She's going to walk it off, live to fight another day, and save a little bit of energy for the next event. £245. This could be for the win. She has it to the chest. The log is steady, and here she goes. She has time to make another attempt.
Come on.
It just wasn't quite enough time. Time has expired. So we had a handful of ladies here tie on 235. So Shayna and Colleen both hit 235 successfully, so they will share points for the event win. And they will share that national amateur record. I'm going to head down here to get lightweight results now. I'm going to check in with our esteemed officials, Laura and Elaine, here to get the scoop. So in lightweight women with 185 pounds, Kira Rickson takes the win in the lightweight division, our biggest ladies division here this weekend. So folks, we are going to take a short break here. We're going to get ready for our wheelbarrow deadlift event up next. So we're going from one extreme to another. We're going from overhead lifting to deadlifting. You know, strongmen's favorite things to do, right? And we are going to bring out these giant wheelbarrow apparatus that you're going to see here. We're going to load them up with exorbitant amounts of weight, and they are going to have to lift them for as many reps as possible. So these giant pieces of equipment that you see coming out now, these things aren't exactly light by themselves. The darn things probably weigh 200 pounds as they sit. That's a lot of steel right there. And believe it or not, we're going to pile a bunch of weights on these things because that's what we do. So folks, I'm here with Dave from Gorilla Strength, the man behind this equipment that you see right here, these giant wheelbarrow style apparatuses. And Dave, these things are big, they're scary, it's everything a strongman implement should be. What inspired you to come up with these devilish devices?
Well, David Waters asked me to create something really cool, and I thought, hey, this gives me a chance to kind of do something creative. These wheelbarrows will let somebody push a little bit more weight than a traditional wheelbarrow, but still isn't easy by any means. So they're built to be abused, to handle whatever somebody throws at them, and just looking forward to people just putting them through heck.
Now, I've dabbled in the equipment business myself. I'm seeing a lot of metal. I'm seeing a lot of cuts. I'm seeing a lot of welds. How long does it take to get one of these units together? That is a serious amount of labor right there.
Each one of the wheelbarrows has about 10 hours from start to finish. We manufacture everything except for the wheels. So every piece of that is built in our shop in Litchfield, Kentucky.
Now, if anyone wants to take one of these things home, I hope you brought a pickup truck or a trailer if you want it. If anybody wants to take one of these home this weekend, I understand that you'll actually be selling these units off at a slightly discounted price so they can get a better price here on these used units. Are you the man to come see if somebody wants to get those?
Yeah, if they can see me or they can see David Waters. If you see me around and you're interested in one of these, let me know. What I did with these is they're actually made to go in the back of a truck. So those handles will turn around, and if you have a standard size pickup truck, I wanted an implement that people could take with their friends. So these will fit in the back of a standard pickup truck. So if you happen to have one and you want to take one to your friend's gym, he has a strongman gym, take it to your buddy's house just to practice on and compete with, then these will load up in a truck and shut the tailgate and you're gone.
I'm thinking if you got a long bed, you could even get a couple of those in there, huh?
Yeah, you can. Another design aspect of these is if you have a trailer, you can set them up on the back side. They interlock. So on a typical width trailer, you can set two side by side. I hauled all 6 of these up here on a 12-foot trailer. So
fantastic. And if anyone wants to check out all of the other products that Gorilla Strength has to offer, all of the awesome strongman equipment, weight equipment, etc., where can they go to find all of that?
You can go to gorillastrength.us. Also, we do a lot of engagement with Facebook. So Facebook and Instagram. Instagram is Gorilla Strength USA. Facebook is Gorilla Strength Equipment. And I respond to messages there usually within 5-6 hours at the most, unless I'm in the shop. If I'm in the shop, sometimes we get a little busy.
Yeah, like you might be in the middle of a 10-hour process of putting together gigantic wheelbarrows for Strongman Corp Nationals. So, Dave, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you bringing out this wonderful equipment to use here at the 2021 National Championships. Hey, and Dave's just a hop, skip, and a jump over there in Kentucky, folks. So make sure to check out his website. Check him out on Facebook. Get you some awesome Gorilla Strength equipment for your gym or your next competition. Once again, big thank you to our sponsors, Pioneer, Rogue, Impact Mouth Guards, and Sirius Steel Fitness. Salem, Virginia, thank you so much for having us here this weekend. Our next event is about to kick off. Our officials and staff are in position. Once they receive their run sheets for the next event, this gigantic wheelbarrow deadlift, we will be off and running. So the competitor order is based on performance from the previous event. So how these ladies did on the log press determines their order on the deadlift event. So if you did extremely well on the log press event, you get to go towards the end of the roster on the deadlift event. However, if you did not have such a great day on the log press event, you will be going very early in the running on the wheelbarrow deadlift event. Why does that matter? From a competitive strategy standpoint, it is always good to know what everyone else has done. So the later that you get to go in the rotation, theoretically, the more information you have as to what everyone else was able to do on that implement. And that can kind of help you strategize or simply motivate you to reach to a higher level. 5 lanes will be run on the next event. So lane 6 will remain empty. We will run only 5 lanes. We will run our heavyweight women first. So we will bring them out 4 or 5 at a time to compete. So some of the heats will only have 4 competitors because we're not going to use all the lanes for that. And then some of the lanes will use, or some of the heats will use all 5 lanes. We saw some absolutely fantastic lifting in the first event here at the Strongman Corporation National Championships. We saw several records broken, amateur log press records broken across the board. We saw some terrific competition, some grinders. We saw some explosive lifts, split jerks, push presses, even saw some strict presses thrown in there. What a great way to kick off this weekend. And we have 5 more events to go before we find our 2021 national champions. All right, I have word from our officials. We are ready to roll, so let's bring out heat number 1 for our heavyweight women. In lane 2, Dee Payton. Lane 3, Shantae Thaxton. Lane 4, Catherine Cross. And lane 5, Jillian Phillips. All right, we're going to make sure that all of the ladies are in position. So you notice they are positioned off of the mats. Last minute instructions from some of our officials. I want to make sure that everyone is in the proper place before I give the signal. Ladies, listen for the whistle. Judges, when I say judges ready, give me the thumbs up, because if I do not see the thumbs up, I am not going to blow the whistle. Here we go. Athletes ready! Judges ready! And we are off. 60 seconds to do as many reps as possible. 450 pounds on this gigantic wheelbarrow. And you see over here in lane number 3 that Shantae is already off and running and putting up several reps. This is an extremely heavy event. 30 seconds to go. And these ladies are giving it their all here in the early goings on the Gorilla Strength Wheelbarrow Deadlift event. 15 seconds. Let's go. Every rep counts. 5 seconds to go. Time. Let's bring out our heat number 2. Lane 2, Jackie Hoyle. Lane 3, Catherine Powell. Lane 4, Amanda Schaefer. Lane 5, Megan Deely. Once again, competitors must begin positioned off of the mats. Ladies, when you hear the whistle, that's when you get to grab the implement and start pulling. Officials giving some last-minute advice there, answering a few questions. Okay, and looks like we are good to go. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off to the races. Although we're not racing anywhere, we are just putting up huge deadlifts here today. That is a 12-inch pick height from the floor. So pretty low for this style of deadlift. 450 pounds. These gigantic implements from Gorilla Strength, they could hold as much weight as you could possibly pile on there. probably more than anyone could lift. 30 seconds to go, and you see just how brutal this event is. A massive amount of weight on this implement. Plates stacked up higher and higher on these implements. 15 seconds. This parallel handle style deadlift allows the competitors to get a little more leg drive, a little more quads on this. 5 seconds. Time. We are moving on to heat number 3. Lane 2, Alila Worley. Lane 3, Madeline Garcia. Lane 4, Liana Yang. Lane 5, Jane Nwaffer. Okay, looks like we have everyone in position. Competitors are in position. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. So you'll see they are using, a lot of the competitors are using straps on this implement. That is legal. That is acceptable usage of equipment. That's going to help them keep their grip on the implement. And look at this. We are seeing some reps here, folks. These ladies mean business. 450 pounds. That is a heavy, heavy pull to do for one rep. 30 seconds. And these ladies are doing it for multiple reps on these enormous gorilla strength wheelbarrow implements. 15 seconds to go, and our heavyweight ladies are putting on a show. Five seconds to go. Time. Let's bring out heat number 4. Lane 2, Rebecca Houston. Lane 3, Ashley Sorensen. Lane 4, Trissy Halls. Lane 5, Lalani Brown. Competitors are in positions. Looks like judges are in positions. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. So strapping in is part of their time. So the time has already begun. So it is in their best interest to make sure that they are well practiced in getting those straps on quickly so that they can begin pulling. And we are seeing some serious reps go up here, folks. Absolutely phenomenal performances right here in the first half. 30 seconds to go. These ladies are putting it all on the line. They want their chance at that pro card. They want their spot at the Arnold. 15 seconds. And look at Brown down there in lane number 5. She is still putting up reps. Can you believe it? Just a few seconds to go. Time. Our 5th and final heat of our heavyweight women's division. Lane 1, Jennifer Lyle. Lane 2, Pauline DePinto. Lane 3, Sean Hairston. Lane 4, Shayna Vales. And Lane 5, Colleen Meredith. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are going to see something special here, folks. Look at this. The reps are already starting to fly. Do not blink, folks, or you might miss several reps from this lineup. All of these ladies went 200 plus on the previous event on that log press. Some of them way over that mark. 30 seconds. Let's get behind them, folks. Give them some energy. This is incredible lifting. Amazing performances across the board. 15 seconds to go. They have got to fight and claw for every single rep. 5 seconds. Time! Have you ever seen 450 pounds look so easy? These ladies put up incredible numbers. And now we have a weight change as we prepare for our middleweight women's division. Looks like our middleweights will be challenged with 420 pounds on the Gorilla Strength Wheelbarrow Deadlift event. Big thank you to Rogue for sending this massive amount of weight plates we'll be using all weekend. And our staff very quick with the weight change there. I'm going to go ahead and bring out our middleweights. So heat number 1, lane 2, Maggie Alt. Lane 3, Kaylin Prow. Lane 4, Rosemary Dillman. Lane 5, Topanga Morgan. Some last minute instructions from our officials. And looks like we're ready. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here we go, our first heat for our middleweight women. Divisions are as such. Lightweight ladies go from 0 to 140 body weight. Middleweight women from 141 to 180. And heavyweight women are 181 plus. Within those divisions, we do have subclasses. So some of our middleweight ladies will be in a 160 subclass, and some of our lightweight ladies in the 120 subclass. 30 seconds to go. And again, you're seeing just how heavy this is. 12-inch pick height, so those handles are only 12 inches off the floor. 15 seconds. That forces a very low position to drive into those handles. 5 seconds. Time. Please welcome heat number 2. In lane 2, Becca Strong. In lane 3, Teal Rounds. And in lane 5, Olivia Dubray. Excuse me, and in lane 6, I think that's a typo. I think we have a typo on the sheet here, folks. So I'm going to say Olivia is lane 4 and Morgan Patterson is lane 5. because there is no wheelbarrow in lane number 6, so I don't think she's going to be lifting there. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And there we go. First rep on the board over there in lane number 2. This is some seriously heavy stuff, folks. I cannot overemphasize how much weight is on these giant wheelbarrow implements. They're heavy enough by themselves. I don't even want to pick the darn thing up empty. 30 seconds to go. And these ladies have to do it with piles and piles of plates added to them. "15 seconds. What can they do in these final seconds as the time winds down? Every rep matters. 5 seconds. Time. Let's bring out heat number 3. Lane 2, Liz Thompson. Lane 3, Claire Stouffer. Lane 4, Rebecca Simmons. Lane 5, Jennifer Bates. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here we go. You see them getting their straps on quickly. They don't want to waste any time with that. And the reps are starting to move. Here they go. 420 pounds. They have to stand up with it, knees and hips extended, standing tall in order to get the down signal. 30 seconds. So they must get those signals on each lift in order to receive credit for the lift. Still time to get more reps. We have 15 seconds to go. And this is where they really have to dig deep. 5 seconds. Can anyone get one more? Time! Heat number 4. Lane 1, Maggie Cadlick. Lane 1, Maggie Cadlick. Lane 2 is Adrian Snyder. Lane 3, Christy Sine. Lane 4, Alex K. McKee. Lane 5, Kendra Danzer. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. So we have all 5 lanes in usage right now. And we're seeing some reps on the board here in the early goings. I don't know how many reps it's going to take to win this event, but I tell you what, anybody who picks it up once is doing pretty good in my book. 30 seconds to go. Lane number 5 having a lot of success here. She is just pounding out these reps. 15 seconds. They have got to dig deep. They've got to fight. They've got to get every rep possible with just a few seconds to go. Time. Heat number 5. Lane 1, Suzanne Shields. Lane 2, Evelyn Valdez. Lane 3, Jenny Draper. Lane 4, Alexandra Castellanos. Lane 5, Katie Gutwald. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Again, 60 seconds on the clock. The objective, do as many lifts as possible within that time frame. Sounds pretty simple, but when you've got 420 pounds in your hands, it is anything but simple. You are seeing some of the best in the country here at the National Championships. 30 seconds to go. What a brutal event. This is taxing the back, the hips, the legs. Really wearing these competitors out with 15 seconds on the clock. Five seconds to go. Time! And we need just a moment before we bring out the next heat. We need just a moment. Strongman is an extreme sport, and sometimes extreme things happen, so we're going to take a moment here to let our staff deal with a little issue, and then we will have our next heat ready. So for our 6th and final heat, I want to make sure that is correct. Yes, this is our 6th and final heat. We'll have in lane 1, Jamie Shama, lane 2, Mary Colasanto, lane 3, Jessica Mitchell, lane 4, Nancy Johnson, and lane 5, Cassandra Moore. Once again, folks, make sure to check out the articles on Generation Iron. They have been covering Strongman Corporation events all year, and they have some great articles, some great pieces up about the national championships. Make sure to check them out. Big thank you to Serious Steel Fitness for supporting Strongman Corporation National Championships. Rogue Fitness, thank you so much for their continued support. They've been partners with Strongman Corp for some time now, and we appreciate them. Impact Mouth Guards, the best darn mouth guards in the business. Also, thank you to Gorilla Strength for these gigantic wheelbarrow implements. And I think we're ready. Can I get a thumbs up from everybody if we're ready there? Fantastic. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are out of the gate and off to the races. And holy moly, folks, look at this. Lane after lane, we are just seeing the reps fly up. 400 plus pounds in their hands on this Gorilla Strength Wheelbarrow event, and they are making it look easy. Less than 30 seconds to go. They are motoring through these reps. 15 seconds. And look at them fighting for every last rep on this event. Just a few seconds to go. Time! And now we have our weight change. We'll be going to our lightweight women next. They will have 370 pounds on the giant wheelbarrow deadlift event. Don't forget the lightweight ladies' weight cutoff is only 140 pounds body weight, and they've got to lift 370 on these enormous implements from Gorilla Strength. Big thank you to Salem, City of Salem, for having us here at the Convention Center. Big thank you to all the support from local businesses. If you haven't had a Strongman burger yet, make sure you go to Farmburgesa, get you a Strongman burger. I had one last night, good stuff. All right, looks like it's time to bring them out. Heat number 1 for our lightweight ladies. Lane 1, Alexis Wetherell. Lane 2, Crystal Sorensen. Lane 3, Lauren Taylor. Lane 4, Karen Santamaria. And lane 5, Kristen Rain. All right, athletes are in position, judges are in position. Here we go. Athletes ready, judges ready. We are off to the races with our lightweight women. The first heat is underway. 370 pounds, 12-inch pick height on this deadlift event. Pretty low for a parallel handle event. 30 seconds. Who is going to be the first to have some success here with this enormously heavy deadlift event? And there we go. 15 seconds.
Let's get one, Lauren. Let's go, Lauren.
Let's get behind him, folks. Give him some energy. 5 seconds. Time. Please welcome heat number 2. Lane 1, Katie Feely. Lane 2, Miriam Rojas. Lane 3, Emily Anderson. Lane 4, Deandra Flores. And lane 5, Amy Klickner. And looks like we are in position. Athletes ready, judges ready. You're seeing a few different types of straps being used here. Some ladies prefer the figure 8 straps, which sort of wrap around your wrist twice. You loop it over the handle and then it wraps around your wrist again. The traditional wraparound straps are around your wrist once, but but then wrap around the bar, the handles themselves, and you just grip over top of that. 30 seconds. And look at this over here, lanes 4 and 5, getting some reps in. 15 seconds to go. This is a heavy, grueling, taxing event. 5 seconds on the clock. Time! And here comes heat number 3. Lane 1, Rebecca Wyatt. Lane 2, Victoria Day. Lane 3, Kiara Medina. Lane 4, Vina Neighbor. Lane 5, Destiny Taylor. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And there they are. The first reps are on the board. Looks like lanes 3, 4, and 5 already having some success. Lane 2 on the board. "30 seconds. Once again, that's 370 pounds in hand, taxing the back, taxing the hips, taxing the legs. They are going to feel this one. 15 seconds. Amazing performances we are seeing right now. 5 seconds to go. Time! Just look how we had a buzzer beater rep or two in there. Going to do a quick little cleanup before we get the next heat started, but I'll go ahead and bring them out. So heat number 5, lane 1, Carly Andrus. Excuse me, heat number 4. Heat number 4, we're going Jessica Martinez in lane 1. Lane 2 is Nicole Recchia. Lane 3, Jamie Douglas. Lane 4 is Haley Hendricks, and lane 5, Christy Brown. Bear with us for just a moment as we get everything cleaned up properly. We want to make sure that we have a safe environment for all of our competitors. So anytime that we have to stop, do a little cleanup, adjust equipment, anything of that nature, we're going to do so to make sure that everyone gets a fair shake and make sure that everyone is lifting in a safe environment. All right, officials, if your lane is ready, give me a thumbs up. I want to see who's ready, who still needs some time. So we still got a few more. Okay, looks like we are good to go. Judges, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. Athletes ready. Judges ready. They are getting strapped in and ready to rock and roll on this deadlift event. Lane 1 off to a great start. Lanes 3 and 4 almost in synchronization over here, just hammering out the reps. Remember, they have to stand up tall to get the down signal. 30 seconds left. Knees must be extended. Posture must be straight. Such a grueling event. 15 seconds to go. This one is really going to tire them out for the other events to come this weekend. 5 seconds. Time. Now heat number 5. Lane 1, Carly Andrus. Lane 2, Cynthia Martinez. Lane 3, Jess Garcia. Lane 4, Raquel Walters. Lane 5, Christy Smith. Athletes ready. Judges ready.
Let's go, just one rep. Drive full. Right from the gate, let's go. Let's go, get it out, now.
Heat number 5 of 7 in action right now.
Let's go, knees out.
Lots of leg drive involved to break that off the floor. On this parallel handle style of pull, especially when it's a little bit elevated, you get a little more quadriceps to start that, to break it off the floor. 30 seconds.
Get your hips lower.
But it definitely comes down to the lower back strength, the hip strength, the ability to drive those hips through. 15 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Time. Let's bring out heat number 6. Lane 1, Kirsten Ostby. Lane 2, Jessica Helms. Lane 3, Amber Klein. Lane 4, Miranda DeMarc. Lane 5, Emma Pruitt. Just making a little equipment adjustment here in one of our lanes. And looks like we're good. Athletes ready. Judges ready. So they're going to want to get strapped in as quickly as possible so they have the maximum amount of time to utilize for lifting. And these ladies are off to the races, just motoring through the reps here in the early going. "30 seconds to go, so they're at the halfway point. And this is where they have to dig deep. The back is starting to wear out, the hips are getting tired, the traps. 15 seconds. Everything is on fire at this point. They are feeling the strain. 5 seconds. You can see the effort on their faces. Time. Our 7th and final heat in our lightweight women's division. Lane 1, Haley Manipole. Lane 2, Jamie Navarro. Lane 3, Crystal Stanzik. Lane 4, Nadia Morrison. Lane 5, Kira Rickson. Our final heat in our lightweight ladies division for the wheelbarrow deadlift. Athletes ready, judges ready. And here they go. Do not blink, ladies and gentlemen. These are some of the best of the best. I expect to see some serious reps moving here, and they are delivering. Big power in the legs, hips, and back required for this movement. 30 seconds. So they are past the halfway point. They've got to keep going. They've got to block out the pain, forget about the discomfort, and just keep going. 15 seconds. They have their eye on the prize, that national championship, that pro card status. 5 seconds. Time! Let's hear it for our ladies on the wheelbarrow deadlift. We are going to take a short break and move on to our third and final event of the day for our ladies. So bear with us as we switch the equipment and get ready for the last event of the day for our female competitors. This next event is going to be a fun one. You're going to see lots of fast action. You see our signs that we have up here on these big uprights. They're going to have to throw sandbags over those signs. There's going to be a series of bags. They're going to have 4 bags apiece that they're going to have to grab and hurl through the air over top of those. Time will be determined by when the bag hits the ground on the other side, and the fastest time to finish wins. This is a fun, fast-paced event, and I cannot wait. I hope you're having a great time here at the National Championships. Thank you all so much for coming out and joining us. I hope you're enjoying yourself as much as I am. Thank you to Strongman Corporation and Dion Masters for continuing to bring me out here to do this sort of thing. I really, greatly, truly enjoy it. So thank you to everybody at Strongman Corp. Thank you to Chad Clark right here with the mop. Hey, Chad has had boots on the ground right here in Salem. He's had boots on the ground promoting this event, getting it on the news, getting it in the paper. He don't want to talk. He's running away from me. He knows I'll stick a microphone in his face. But Chad is the man this weekend. Thank you so much. If you see the guy with the gray beard and the kilt running around, make sure to shake that guy's hand. He's done a lot for us here. We all love Chad. All right, looks like we are ready to go for our sandbag toss event. Let's bring out heat number 1 in lane 2, Dee Payton, lane 3, Kitty Cross, lane 4, Jillian Phillips, lane 5, Catherine Powell, and lane 6, Amanda Schaefer. 14 feet is the height that they must throw over. The bags are 20, 25, 30, and 35 pounds, each bag heavier than the last. They must be hurled in order over those uprights with the signage that you see here. They'll have 60 seconds to complete the task if they are able. If they are not able to complete the task, they will be credited with the number of bags that they did complete. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Definitely one of the more fun and exciting events to see. See these bags hurling through the air. Even with that first bag, it takes a tremendous amount of force production through the hips, legs, and back to make that thing go over. 30 seconds. There are many different types of strength, many different facets of strength. Throwing these bag tests a completely different type of strength than what we saw in the log press, for example. 15 seconds to go. But the beauty of Strongman is testing all of those facets, all of those different types of strength. 5 seconds. Time! Heat number 2, lane 2, Megan Deely. Lane 3, Liana Yang. Lane 4, Shante Thaxton. Lane 5, Alila Worley. And lane 6, Rebecca Houston.
Let's go, Becky.
Just making sure everyone's in proper position. Looks like we are good. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off to the races. Here we go. And you see some of the bags already starting to fly over. 20 pounds on the first bag, 25 on the second. 30 on the third bag, and 35 pounds for that final bag. They are filled with sand. 30 seconds. So still time to make effort on these to get those bags over, as many as possible. Speed matters on this event, so if I get 2 bags and someone else gets 2 bags, but they did it faster, 15 seconds, then that means that person who did it faster would get the higher placing points.
Get up there.
Time! Let's bring out heat number 3. Lane 2, Jackie Hoyle. Lane 3, Madeline Garcia. Lane 4, Trissy Halls. Lane 5, Jane Nwaffer. And lane 6, Ashley Sorensen. Here we go. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Let's see, can anyone finish this entire series of bags? So difficult to throw these in succession because each throw saps a little bit of energy and wears you out for the next one. You can only summon that explosive power so many times before it starts to dwindle. 30 seconds. We are seeing tremendous effort here in every lane, trying to get each of these bags over. 15 seconds. Let's hear it for him, folks. They got 5 seconds. Time! Heat number 4, our 4th and final heat for our heavyweight women. Lane 1, Colleen Meredith. Lane 2, Leilani Brown. Lane 3, Pauline DePinto. Lane 4, Shayna Vales. Lane 5, Jennifer Lyle. Lane 6, Sean Hairston. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here we go. These are some of the best that we have seen so far. These are your current points leaders after the log and deadlift event. And Sean does it. And look at this, we've got several women still in that final bag, but Sean may be the first one that has finished the entire course. "20 seconds. They are fighting for everything they're worth to try to get that final bag over. 10 seconds to go.
Come on, you got this.
Time is winding down. What can they do?
Get it.
Time! What an amazing contest we had there in that final heat for our heavyweight women. We're going to take a moment to switch out the bags as we go to our middleweight competitors. Excuse me, it's actually going to be the same bags. They're just going to lower the uprights. So it's going to be the same bags, 20, 25, 30, and 35. But the uprights are going to drop to 13 feet for our middleweight division. So we saw in our heavyweight class just how difficult it can be to get all of those bags over. I might be wrong, but I think only one competitor got all the bags over. That shows you just how incredible it is to finish this course. One of the great things about Strongman is that this sport will test you from every angle, every direction, every facet of strength. And that's how we determine who is truly the strongest, who is truly the best, and who deserves to be the national champion. It's not enough to just be good at one or two events. You have to be strong across the board and be able to perform on a variety of tests to show that you truly have a total picture of strength that you bring to the table. All right, let's bring them out. Heat number 1, lane 2, Maggie Alt. Lane 3, Kaylin Prow. Lane 4, Topanga Morgan. Lane 5, Olivia Dubray. Lane 6, Morgan Patterson. Athletes ready, judges ready. And here we go, 20 pounds on the first bag. And we see a few ladies already got the first one over, several on to the second now. 13 feet to throw these bags over. That's 3 feet higher than a basketball rim. "30 seconds. Every throw pulls more and more energy out of the body. 15 seconds. So while this event isn't what we would call traditionally heavy in that it's not a ton of weight, it is very taxing. 5 seconds to go, and it will wear you out quickly. Time! Heat number 2. In lane 2, Alex K. McKee. Lane 3, Evelyn Valdez. Lane 4, Claire Stouffer. Lane 5, Rosemary Dillman. Lane 6, Teal Rounds. Athletes ready, judges ready. And they are out of the gate, and look at that. Over there in lane number 2, those bags are flying. She's gonna take out the lights in the ceiling here. You see the trajectory matters on this too. If you get that upward force, it may not be enough if you don't have the trajectory to get it over. 30 seconds to go. So you have to be able to arc that bag a little bit to make it float over top of that 13-foot barricade. 15 seconds left.
Heavy. Yeah!
Time is winding down. We have 5 seconds to go. Time! Terrific effort in every lane. But who can be the first to finish the entire course? Let's find out if it's in heat number 3. Lane 2, Adrian Snyder. Lane 3, Liz Thompson. Lane 4, Maggie Cadlick. Lane 5, Rebecca Simmons. And lane 6, Suzanne Shields. Athletes ready, judges ready. Here we go, let's see what they've got. And look at this, bags flying through the air like meteors. Do not adjust your television set. This is not a meteor shower. This is the sandbag toss here in our middleweight women's division at the Strongman Corporation 2021 National Championships. 30 seconds to go, and it is raining sandbags here in Salem, Virginia. 15 seconds. Who can finish this course?
Yeah! One more.
5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 4. Lane 1, Jenny Draper. Lane 2, Jessica Mitchell. Lane 3, Jennifer Bates. Lane 4, Christy Sine. Lane 5, Katie Gutwald. Lane 6, Cassandra Moore. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go. Look at those bags flying.
Yeah!
Somebody warn air traffic control.
One more!
We're going to have reports of unidentified flying objects coming in on the news tonight.
Yeah! Keep it up!
Don't worry, that's just our strong woman competitors hurling sandbags. "30 seconds.
Couple of tosses. Come on!
Again, 13 feet is the barricade height. 20, 25, 30, and 35 pounds. 10 seconds to go. Time! All right, that brings us to heat number 5, our final heat for our middleweight women's division. Lane number 1, Rebecca Strong. Lane 2, Jamie Shama. Lane 3, Alexandra Castellanos. Lane 4, Nancy Johnson. Lane 5, Kendra Danzer. Lane 6, Mary Colasanto. Athletes ready, judges ready, and they are off and running. Do not blink, folks. If you see a sandbag flying your way, folks, get out of the way. They may throw them clear into the stands. What a performance we saw over there in lane number 5. 30 seconds. Unbelievable effort we are seeing in each and every lane. Amazing athletes, 15 seconds to go. Who else can finish this course? We saw 2 finish so far. Time! That concludes our middleweight women's division. We now move on to the lightweights. That was Kendra over there in lane 5. That blistered the course. So again, the weight of the bags will stay the same for the lightweight ladies. The difference is we're going to lower the barricade 12 inches so that they will have a 12-foot barricade height to throw over. Okay, looks like things are adjusted and ready. No, not quite. I have to make another minor adjustment here just to make sure each lane is equal. And we're good. Hey, real quick, thank you so much to our volunteers that came out to help this weekend. Can we give them a round of applause? All right, lightweight ladies, heat number 1. Lane 2, Alexis Wetherell. Lane 3, Crystal Sorensen. Lane 4, Lauren Taylor. Lane 5, Karen Santa Maria. And lane 6, Katie Feely. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And the first bags are up and over in several lanes. Now, one thing to remember on this event, folks, if a sandbag gets stuck on top of the barricade, which does happen once in a while, believe it or not, then it does count as a successful throw. 30 seconds. So in case we see that happen, don't panic if a sandbag gets stuck on the top. It does count as a successful throw at that point. They are allowed to move on to the next bag in the case that that happens, which we'll probably see once before the day is over. 10 seconds. Time. Heat number 2. Lane 1, Miriam Rojas. Lane 2, Emily Anderson. Lane 3, Rebecca Wyatt. Lane 4, Nicole Recchia. Lane 5, Christy Brown. Lane 6, Christy Smith. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And they are sending those bags into orbit. Low-flying aircraft beware. Tremendous efforts we're seeing right off the bat in this event. 30 seconds to go. They've got time. We have at least one athlete that's on the final bag at this point. 15 seconds left to seal the deal. 5 seconds. Time. Heat number 3. Lane 1, Haley Manipole. Lane 2, Kristen Rain. Lane 3, Amy Klickner. Lane 4, Vina Neighbor. Lane 5, Raquel Walters. Lane 6, Miranda DeMarc. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And the bags are flying. They are sending these bags to the moon and back. Jeff Bezos needed a rocket ship to go to space. Our strong women just need some sandbags. 30 seconds. You can see with each and every throw, it just drains that explosiveness out of the body. They have to summon that power over and over. 10 seconds. Time! Heat number 4, lane 1, Victoria Day. Lane 2, Carly Andrus. Lane 3, Deandra Flores. Lane 4, Kiara Medina. Lane 5, Destiny Taylor. Lane 6, Jessica Martinez. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here we go. Sandbags up and over. Look at them go. We may get some of these bags stuck in the rafters. Big power required from the hips, that explosiveness from the hammies. 30 seconds. The hammies, quads, and glutes. "15 seconds on the clock. "5 seconds. Time! Heat number 5. Lane 1, Cynthia Martinez. Lane 2, Jamie Douglas. Lane 3, Jess Garcia. Lane 4, Emma Pruitt. Lane 5, Jamie Navarro. And lane 6, Haley Hendricks. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Here we go. These athletes worked so hard to qualify just to be here. They had to place well enough at local shows in order to qualify for this, the 2021 National Championships, and now they get to strut their stuff and show what they can do at the national level against the best competition in the country. Ladies from all over the United States are here. 30 seconds. This is where the fatigue starts to set in. They've already all done several throws at this point. Who can continue to summon that explosive power? 10 seconds. They've got to dig deep. Time! And now our 6th and final heat in our lightweight women's division. Lane 1, Crystal Stancic. Lane 2, Nadia Morrison. Lane 3, Kirsten Osby. Lane 4, Amber Klein. Lane 5, Jessica Helms. Lane 6, Kira Rickson. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And the first bags are up and over. Second bags in some lanes, they're on to the third. We are seeing something special right here. Look at this. Absolutely phenomenal across the board. 30 seconds to go, and Kira nails it. Unbelievable. We have several women fighting to get that next bag over with 15 seconds on the clock. Who's going to put in that clutch performance? Who's going to be the one that can get it over in the final seconds? Time! That concludes our ladies' events for the day. Folks, we are going to have a short break, and we will be back with our men's events after a short lunch break for our staff. We will be back for the men's events this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us for the women's events this morning. 3 more events for the ladies tomorrow, and the men's events this afternoon. Folks, hello and welcome to your Strongman Corporation 2021 National Championships. We appreciate everyone coming out here to support these athletes that have worked so hard to be here today. They have all qualified to be here to compete for the national title, for their Strongman Corporation Pro status, and for spots at the 2022 Arnold Classic. So we appreciate the effort from all these athletes. Our first event will be the Max Log Press event, and this event's going to run a little differently than how most of the events are going to run, in that each lane will be running individually, so I will not be personally calling out the names of the competitors, so make sure you are watching for whichever lane your favorite athlete is in so that you can keep your eye on their performance. All right, folks, we are ready to start the Max Log event for the heavyweight men, all 6 lanes to be utilized. Now, the way this event runs, I will not be calling out the individual competitors. They will be called up in the lane that they are in by the officials in their lane. All the rest of the events, you'll hear me on the microphone, running my mouth, calling them out to the appropriate lane. The way this event works, each competitor will likely have multiple attempts on this. The weight will go up in each round. So they will come out, they will do a single lift, and then if they're successful with that lift, they get to come back for the next round and do it again with additional weight, because this is strongman and we like to make things heavier. Competitors may skip any given round that they want to skip. They do not have to take every attempt. So our opening weight of 275 pounds sounds incredibly heavy, and it is, but believe it or not, some of the guys are not going to bother with that weight. They're going to come in later. Additionally, if someone does come in at 275, the next jump up would be 295. They can actually choose to skip that if they want to and go straight to 315. It's 20-pound bumps in each round, and it just goes up and up and up. If you fail to produce a good lift in any given round, you are out. You will have 30 seconds on each lift, on each round, to produce a good lift. So within that 30 seconds, if they pick it up, it doesn't turn out well, that's okay. They still have that entire time limit to try to produce a good lift. If time expires and they have not produced a good lift, sorry about your luck, you are out of there. So when the judges are ready, they're going to start calling them up, and we will see the action get rolling here just any minute. They're getting some last-minute instructions to make sure everything goes smoothly. After the show tonight, folks, make sure you check out Generation Iron and the articles that they have up about this national championships this weekend. Proud to be partners with Generation Iron for our Strongman Corporation events. Also, thank you to Sirius Steel Fitness for their sponsorship of this, the 2021 National Championships. Thank you to Rogue Fitness. Rogue has been tremendous supporters of Strongman Sport and Strongman Corporation, and we appreciate their help. And we have the action started down here in lane number 6 all the way to the right. Lane number 5 stepping up, lane number 4, and we are off and running, folks. You'll notice many of these guys are wearing mouth guards. Those are Impact custom mouth guards. Make sure to visit Impact. They have a booth upstairs. Go check them out. Go get yourself a custom mouth guard if you don't already have one. So again, the weight in each lane is 275 pounds on this max log lift event. It will go up in each round after everyone in each lane has had a chance to go at it. You'll also notice the judges giving commands to the lifters. So the lifters must wait for the down command prior to setting the log down, or they risk not getting credit for the lift. In order to achieve a down command, they must take the log from the ground up overhead. They must have the knees extended. They must have the elbows extended. They must have the object steadied overhead with the head under the implement. They must have an upright posture, and they must be motionless. So the object must be steadied. The feet cannot be moving, and the feet cannot be staggered either. They must bring it to an even stance in order to get the down command. Now, that being said, you will see several different techniques utilized here today. Some of those techniques, like we saw here in lane number 6, some of those techniques do involve a split of the feet, but those feet must come back together evenly before they will receive the down command. We are seeing lots of impressive lifts go up at this point. Still at 275 in every lane. Again, once the roster in each lane has been able to all either choose to lift or not lift at 275, they will go up to 295 after that. It is just crazy to think that you could walk into any gym in America at any given time, and there may not be a single person there who can put 275 pounds over their head. And this is the opening weight for our heavyweight men. It shows you the standard, how high the standard is in strongman sport at this point. You see a lot of guys opting for the push press technique. That's where they're going to use a little bit of leg drive to drive that log up off the chest and then finish the lift with the triceps and delts to get it locked out overhead. Probably the most popular technique you'll see here. You're also going to see some guys almost go for a flat out strict press. That's not nearly as common because you're not going to get that power out of your legs. You'll see some go for a split jerk style technique or a push jerk style technique where they actually launch the log upward and then get their body under it in order to get that lockout. All of those techniques are legal and will be qualified as a good lift as long as they get that down command. There are a few things that are not legal to do with the log. For example, you cannot set the log on your head and then press it up, because the judge will tell you that is not a good lift. And you'll notice in some lanes, they're tightening up the clamps on the logs to make sure that the weights don't get loose and start to slide off on anyone. Safety is of paramount importance, especially when you're lifting gigantic weights over your head. We want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to compete as safely as possible. Heavyweight men, perhaps our biggest class of the weekend, both figuratively and literally. Something in the neighborhood of 100 heavyweights here, or pretty close there's about. Speaking of the divisions, so just so you know how the classes work here, so lightweight men are up to 175 pounds, so 0 to 175. They have a subclass of 150 as well. Middleweight men go from 176 to 231 with a subclass of 200. Heavyweight men, there's anyone over 231, and there are 2 subclasses. So you have a 265 subclass, a 300 subclass, and then of course your super heavyweights that are over that. So all of the heavyweights compete together. They will be scored both in their subclass and versus the entire overall division. So we will crown a 265 national champ, a 300 national champ, a super heavyweight national champ, as well as an overall heavyweight national champion. Big thank you to our officials working diligently here. The referees do not get enough credit. They have a very tough job, especially when they have to make the calls over and over again all weekend. Hundreds of athletes, male and female, and they have to be as consistent as possible on their calls. It's a very difficult thing to do. We appreciate our judges doing a terrific job and doing their best here this weekend. Big thank you to Strongman Corporation for continuing to put on terrific national championship events year after year. They just get better and better, and we see the quality of athletes get better and better each year. We appreciate everyone coming out here and doing their absolute best to lift these enormous logs. Folks, when your favorite athlete comes up to lift, make sure you give them lots of noise, lots of energy, and lots of love, because they can certainly use it. These massive log implements provided by Rogue. Rogue always providing quality strongman equipment. Make sure to check out their website. And we are starting to see some guys really fighting here for these lifts. Not uncommon to see someone turn a few shades of red and maybe even a few shades of purple while doing this lift. We talked about different methods of getting the log overhead. You'll also see some variation in how they get the log from the ground to the chest. So generally they're gonna stand up with the log until it's well above the knees, and then they may even row it a little bit into the lap to get it further in. They're gonna squat down, and some guys like to squat down very low, and the reason is that allows them to anchor the log at a higher point on their stomach in the top of the abs there, so that they can really squeeze that against the top of the abs and have the log ride high on their stomach on the way up to get to that rack position at the shoulders. Some prefer to kind of launch it off the hips, so you'll see a difference where some guys don't squat down quite as deep and they almost throw it off of their hips to roll it up the chest. In order to get that strong rack position, they have to push the elbows up in front. As that log rolls up, you'll see them kind of violently jam their elbows under there to get their elbows nice and high and create a good rack position. These heavyweight guys all have giant, massive chests to set that log on too, so that certainly doesn't hurt the case. Once the log is in the rack position on the chest, it's a matter of getting as much vertical force into that log as possible. So you have to have a tight rack position if you're going to utilize your leg drive and drive vertically into that log. You don't want to lose any of that upward force by letting that log roll down in the front when you dip to get that rebound in your leg drive. Once they pop it off the chest with a little bit of leg drive, they're going to use the triceps and delts to finish that lift, to drive those arms up to extension overhead. The upper back, the delts, those are going to come into play to stabilize that log at the top of the movement. You'll probably see several guys get the log extended overhead, but not be able to control that lockout in order to get a down command. Because stabilizing the log is much more difficult than stabilizing a barbell. It's just a bigger, more unwieldy implement. So the very top of that movement is sometimes the most difficult. We are seeing big pressing power in all 6 lanes here. Terrific lifting thus far. Looks like all the lanes have moved up at this point. So looks like every lane is on to 315 at this point. So you are seeing 300 plus pound presses right now. You'll notice the plates that are loaded on the bar are made of rubber. That's not an illusion. Those are actually rubber plates. Those are useful for these overhead style events where sometimes you need to get out from under that thing if things go sour, and you can drop that without worrying about the plates shattering or without destroying the floor. Because we like it here in Salem, we like it here at the Civic Center, and we'd like to be invited back, so we don't want to destroy their floor. So we use the rubber plates, and we brought out the stall mats. You'll notice some of our judges have nerves of steel. Looks like these logs are going to come right at them. They don't even flinch. It's not their first rodeo. Another thing you may notice on this event especially are some of the fashion choices. And what I mean is those shirts that look like they're a little shiny, those shirts that look like they have a little bit of a glimmer to them, those shirts have a rubberized material that is imbued in the shirt. It's on the shirt, and that helps prevent the log from slipping on the way up. So we talked about the clean portion of this where they take it from the lap to the shoulders. And the rubberized shirts help with that by helping prevent the log from spinning or slipping on the shirt. So you see a lot of guys utilizing those shiny looking glimmering shirts. In strongman circles, we call them grip shirts. You'll also notice things like elbow sleeves and knee sleeves that provide some compression on the joints. Those serve quite a few purposes. They help you get a little more extension out of those joints. They also help keep those joints warm. And quite frankly, they help with pain management because none of this stuff is comfortable. All of this stuff hurts. And it just feels kind of nice when you have a little compression on your joints. Especially at this point after these guys have trained for months and months, weeks and weeks to get ready for this national championship. They have put in the work. Their bodies are feeling it. A lot of these guys are going to take a little time off after this to let everything heal up and feel better. You may also notice the lifting belts. Many of the guys are utilizing belts. A lot of them have a soft neoprene belt underneath of their leather power belt. That serves a few purposes as well. That helps keep the lower back warm. It also helps prevent the log from pinching against the leather belt and pinching the skin when they roll that log up the chest. Believe me, it will leave bruises all over your stomach if you pinch your stomach between the log and that hard belt. So the soft belt definitely helps with that. The leather power belts had a little tumble there in lane number 5, but looks like he's okay. He's going to give it another shot. The leather power belts, they help provide intra-abdominal pressure, which helps stabilizes the spine, allows for maximum transfer of power through the midsection. So it looks like each lane is at 335 right now. So that seems accurate. It looks like each lane is at 335 pounds right now, and we are seeing a lot of guys getting eliminated at this point. Remember, they have 30 seconds to produce a good lift. If that 30 seconds expires and they have not registered a lift, then they are eliminated at that point. Once we get down to, maybe 10 or 12 guys in each lane, we're going to start consolidating the lanes. Once the numbers dwindle down a little bit further, we'll start consolidating the lanes. because that will help give the guys more rest in between their attempts, because as the numbers dwindle down, that reduces the amount of time that they have between these lifts. And as you can imagine, after you just lifted 300 and some pounds over your head, it's usually beneficial if you get a little bit of a break before you have to do it again. We are seeing some tremendous efforts here. That's 335 pounds, and some of these guys are just launching it overhead. And look at the fight here in lane number 3. What an amazing effort. He was stuck about 4 or 5 inches from lockout there, and he just grinded until he got it. Amazing efforts we are seeing all around here in our men's heavyweight division. The biggest of the big and the baddest of the bad are here at the Strongman Corporation 2021 National Championships. It has been a big 4 or 5 weeks for Strongman Corporation. Seems like just yesterday we were at America's Strongest Man in Texas. Then it was on to the Olympia for America's Strongest Woman. We had Masters Nationals as well. Now we're here at Open Nationals. We have some weight changes going on in a few of the lanes, so a few of these lanes are going up to 355 pounds already. Hey, don't forget when your favorite lifter comes up to get a little rowdy and give him a little energy. $335 over there in lane number 1, $355 in lane number 2. $355 and lane number 6 just went up. And we are getting into very serious territory at this point, folks. change here in lane 2. So lane 2 also going to 375 pounds here. Any athlete that has been eliminated, please head to the back. Any athlete that has been eliminated, please exit the competition floor. It's all about accumulating points this weekend. You don't have to win every event, but you want to gather as many points as possible, place as highly as possible on as many events as possible, because the total points over 6 events is what determines our champions at the end of the weekend. And look at that in lane number 6, 375. Went skyward. Beautiful lift. And another 375 went up. Might have tweaked his leg a little bit there. He's hobbling off. Hopefully he's all right. And how about that in lane 2? Boy, that is a long way. He has to press that thing. That is a tall guy with very long arms. That log had to virtually touch the ceiling for him to get that lock out. Two guys with close attempts there at 375. And I don't think he got credit for that one. I don't think the judge gave it to him. Still plenty of action left here. We have several heavyweights left, but it looks like we're down to 2 lanes, I believe now. Lane 2 and lane 6 are still the active lanes. And we are seeing some tremendous efforts here. Didn't work out for him there in lane 2. Gave it everything he had. Okay, we've got action over here in lane number 6.
Okay.
Two lanes of action left here. Looks like both lanes still 375, unless my eyes deceive me here. And how about that? Success in lane 2. It takes a special kind of person to wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I think I'm going to put almost 400 pounds over my head today. And look at that pressing power there in lane 2. Unbelievable. Big shoulder and tricep power. I'm going to take a wild guess and say all of these guys had the Strongman burger last night, the special burger for one of the local restaurants. I'm just going to go ahead and say that as if it are fact. Big, powerful clean there in lane 2. And it's good. Sort of a hybrid technique there, more of a push press with a step forward. Not so much a jerk. Whatever the technique is, it certainly worked for him. He was able to control it. He was able to get his feet together. He was able to get the down call. So he gets credit for the lift. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to be on the competition floor yourself next year, the way to qualify for Strongman Corporation Nationals is to find a local competition to do. You can find that at strongmancorporation.com. Under events, find a competition that works out for you, that you can attend, that you can sign up for, and that's how you punch your ticket to Strongman Corporation Nationals. There are no special invites. Everyone had to qualify to be here. One thing I love about Strongman Corporation is that very fact that everyone earns their way every step along the way. You have to qualify for Nationals. You have to qualify for the Arnold. You have to earn your pro card to compete in the pro shows. No ways around it. And you notice some guys will take an attempt at a weight. They'll have some time left and they don't go for it again because they felt it. They either know that it's not a good idea to try it again, or they just want to save some energy and not take the risk. Because remember, they have 5 more events to do this weekend, 2 more today, 3 tomorrow. And he hits the ground there. Let's see if he's all right. Official Chad Clark checking on him. Little lightheaded, not uncommon to get lightheaded on an event like this. He's standing up tall. They're getting that belt loosened up for him. He's walking away on his own power, folks. Fantastic. Like to see that. You know, when you're in a Greco-Roman wrestling match with a 375-pound log, sometimes things happen. So good to see that he didn't get hurt there. He was able to walk away from that. And boy, the numbers have dwindled down now. We are down to just the very best pressers of them all. Looks like that was moving well, just got out of his groove a little bit. Powerful clean to the chest, he's got good position. Lost it forward there, said no thank you, I'm gonna live to fight another day. Okay, lane 2 is going to 395. I think lane 6 is already there. Yep. So, lane 6 is at 395. We got half a dozen or so guys left over here. Referee Brian Bonet is going over a few things with them to figure out how they want to approach this. Looks like about 8 guys left over here in lane number 2. So we are just shy of 400 pounds in each lane now, 395 on each log. That's a respectable squat or deadlift for most folks. These guys are about to try to press it over their head. And here we go. Okay, so 2 attempts, at 1 attempt in each lane at 395. No one's got it yet. Oh no, very close there in lane 6. He's going to go for it again, folks. And 395 just not there. This is an incredible weight, folks. There are international level pros that have recently zeroed this sort of weight in contest. And we have our first successful lift at 395 in lane 2. And this just in from the Salem Scientific Association. That last lift did register on the Richter scale. We have seismic activity. Valiant effort from these guys. You got to think, how much energy does it take to pull that kind of weight off the ground, wrestle it up your chest, and then try to jam it overhead? Here we go. The next two guys are up. Lane 2 up to the chest. And he's got it in lane 2. Lane 6 as well. What a lift. Are you kidding me? 395 pounds. This is getting serious, folks. And lane 6 making it look like a feather. Beautiful lift here. Did somebody, who put helium in these logs? These logs are just flying up for these guys. I'm over here telling you it's heavy and they're making me look foolish. Big Tom Evans with a nice easy press at 395. Look at that, he strict presses it. Good Lord. He told me before the show he had something to get off his chest. Apparently it was a giant log. So lane 6 is going to 415. Lane 6 to 415. They're going to run out of room on the log to put plates on. Look at that. Man, this guy's arms are so big he blew the sleeves out of his shirt. Look at that. So the amateur heavyweight record on this previously was 405. Lane 6 is now loaded to 415. And I believe lane 2 may be getting loaded to that as well. Or we sending them all down there? We send them all, okay. So all the guys are going down to the same lane, or all going to lane 6. You know what? I'm going to go down to lane 6. 415 pounds. Anyone successful with this will in fact exceed the current amateur heavyweight record. We have several contenders here. I'm seeing like 8 big brontosaurus-sized dudes about to tackle this. Buffets beware, these guys are going to be hungry after this. There's big, there's strong, and then there's heavyweight strongmen. And you are seeing the biggest and baddest of the bunch right here. Strongman Corporation head referee Brian Bonet going over a few things with the athletes. You'll notice we took some of the logs that weren't in use to the back. That was to allow our middleweights and lightweights to warm up a little bit back there and stay warm, since they have a long pause from the original warm-up session to when they get to go.
Oh my God.
And looks like we're about ready to start them. I'm not even kidding. There's not much room left on the log to add more plates. If we have guys successful at this increment for the next one, we may just have to have Brian Bonet hang off the log to add weight to it. .415. He didn't like the way that felt going up the chest. He said, no, thank you. He's going to walk it off and get ready for the next event.
All right, Jack, set a toe. Come on, Jack. Here we go.
Big, powerful, clean to the chest. Solid rack position. And he's got it. 415 pounds and a new Strongman Corporation heavyweight amateur national record. He called up Evans. Evans is up next. Tom Evans just competed a few weeks ago at America's Strongest Man in Texas. He was one of the amateurs that was able to qualify and compete with the pros. Impressed a lot of people there. Let me tell you, I was one of them. Look at that power. Get behind him, folks. And he took a spill right into our officials. I tell you what, has anyone ever fought harder than that to save a lift? But Brian said he's not going to give him credit for that one because he tried to kill him. Notice Gabby didn't flinch. She was ice cold. Brian was scared for his life. And he said, no, thank you. He had a pretty easy time getting it to that rack position. Press wasn't quite there. Probably pretty tired at this point. He's taken several lifts. Pulls it above the knee, sits down in the lap. Squeezes against the chest, rolls it into the rack position, elbows up. Takes a moment to get steady. Pops, he's a little lightheaded. Chad's going in to check on him there. When you have that kind of weight crushing down on your chest, the log, because of the size of it, the log pushes your head back. It's not a comfortable position. Even for these guys, gigantic dudes, a big chest, it's not a comfortable position to have that on your chest in that rack position, that pushes your head back, kind of makes you look up, smashing down on your chest at the same time, lends itself to making guys get a little bit lightheaded under extreme circumstances like this when it gets really heavy. Clean didn't go his way. Pulls it into the lap, sits down nice and low. He's got it high against the abs. Rolls it to the chest. Didn't quite have it. Again, last lift at this weight. So we got one more guy to try it. I believe we've had one successful thus far. Taking one last moment there to get his mind in the right spot. You have to have your mental game on point to pick up this kind of weight. And there he squeezes against the chest, rips it up to the rack position. Terrific effort there. So that does it. Officials conferring here.
Jack, don't you dare. Jack, walk away.
So Big Jack over there with the giant red beard and the ball cap on takes the event win at 4:15. Can't overlook the irony that the guy the size of an oak tree won the log press. And here come the middleweights. And if I'm not mistaken, we have our lightweights as well.
So we're doing what?
And we are off and running, folks. Here we go. The judges are calling them up. For your information, 255 pounds is the opening weight you're seeing here. So 255 is the starting weight for our men's middleweight division on the logs. That is lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the lightweight men in lanes 1 and 2 is 225. 225 in lanes 1 and 2. Another thing to note is that our lightweight men will get 15-pound jumps. Our middleweight men will have 20-pound jumps. So from round to round, that's how much it's going to go up. Again, lightweight men on this side, middleweight men on this side in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So these guys have a tough act to follow after the heavyweight men. Again, don't forget, they have 30 seconds from the time they step onto the mat. Their time begins. They'll have 30 seconds to produce a good lift. In order to get a good lift, they must wait for the down command from the judge. In order to get that down command, they must have the knees extended, the arms extended overhead, the log over top of the head with an upright posture. If they split the feet on the press or the jerk, they have to bring the feet together evenly before they will get the down command. The log must be motionless overhead. The feet may not be moving. Once they get the down command, they have to guide the log to the floor, so they can't just hurl it. They can't just toss it at the judges. We are seeing several guys have lots of success thus far. Again, 225 starting weight for our lightweight lanes, lanes 1 and 2. 255 at our middleweight lanes. Strategy for this event, again, this is all about the most weight lifted. It's not repetitions. It's not for speed. Every round the weight goes up, and the higher the lift you can achieve, the better. The more points you're going to get. The person who lifts the most wins. So you're going to see a little bit of strategy out of a lot of these guys. Some of them are not going to take every attempt. If they know that they're capable of a very high lift, they're going to skip some of these earlier increments. So you may see guys come up to the starting weight and say, no thanks, and skip to the second weight, the third weight, etc. You may also see someone come in at, say, 255, and then they may skip the 275 and go to 295, and that is allowed. They are allowed to do that. Several different techniques on display here. Again, we talked about the clean when the heavyweights were out here. We call it the clean, basically getting the log essentially from the ground to the shoulders before the press. you'll see some guys like to get squat to a very low position. And when you have that log in your lap and you squat to that low position, what that allows you to do is anchor it against the top of your abs, a higher anchor point for that log. You squeeze it against, you pull it with your lats against yourself as you stand up violently, and that helps you roll that log right up your torso into that rack position. Some guys like to launch it from the hips a little more so they won't squat down quite as much, and they'll basically drive the hips into it to roll it up. Probably the more common technique is that lower squat position. Once they get that log to the rack position, again, they want to have the elbows up high in order to stabilize.
That's right.
And lane 6 just got the down call with 1 foot on the mats there. He had to chase that one. Good effort. But again, once they get to that rack position, they want the elbows nice and high in order to create a solid rack position so they don't lose any transfer of energy, any transfer of power from the lower body when they utilize that leg drive. If you see someone dip with the log and the log starts to roll down the chest any at all, that means they have lost some of that transfer of power, and that upward force doesn't go into the log as well. Again, you're going to see push press techniques, probably the most common technique. That's where you get a little bit of a leg drive to pop it off the chest and finish it with the shoulders and triceps. You may see a few guys do a strict press where they use barely any leg drive at all. And some guys you're going to see utilize different types of jerks, whether it's a push jerk where the feet stay even, or a split jerk where they go to a split stance in order to get under the weight. All of those techniques are illegal, but the feet must come back to an even stance before they get the down call. All right, we've got a weight change in a few lanes already. Looks like lane 6 going up to 275. Lane 2 going up to 240. Lane 1 going up to 240. Remember, lanes 1 and 2 are lightweight division. Lightweight 0 to 175, also a subclass of 150. So you have 150 and 175 within that lightweight division. Middleweight in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that's divided into sub 200 and sub 231 within that division. So we're at 275 in our middleweight lanes now. 275 in our middleweight lanes, 240 in our lightweight lanes. And we are seeing big presses across the board here. Lots of guys still in the rotation at this point. Remember, once someone fails a lift, at that point they are eliminated from the competition. So as the weight continues to get higher and higher and more guys get cut, you'll see the lines in each lane start to shrink down. That's going to create less time between attempts. So once we get to a certain point in each lane, just like we saw with the heavyweights, once the numbers start to dwindle down, we'll start to consolidate some of the lanes. We are seeing some fantastic performances in each and every lane. Lane 1 just barely off the mark on that. Seeing some real heartbreak misses here that are very close. Once again, all of these athletes have qualified to come here by doing well at local level competitions. Make sure to check out strongmancorporation.com under the events tab and check out the calendar. See what's coming up in your area, what competitions fit your schedule. And you could find yourself here next year at the National Championships. Phenomenal lifting we are seeing right now. Big efforts. Again, this is a very grueling, taxing event. Pulling that log off the ground taxes the back and the posterior chain. When you get that log into the lap, in order to stand up with it, you have to engage the hips and quads. Pull with the lats to pull that thing against your stomach, your chest. And as you explode up with that, you have to drive your elbows under the log in order to get that rack position. And from there, a little bit of leg drive, and it's delts, triceps, upper back in order to press that thing up and get that lockout stabilized. So it looks like in lane 2 here, we're at 255 for our lightweights. Looks like our middleweight lanes are going to 295. Lane 6, I believe, still at 275. Got a couple guys left at that weight, maybe. Just a reminder, if you've been eliminated, if you're an athlete that has been eliminated, please head to the back. If you're an athlete that's been eliminated, please exit the competition floor. And what a fight for that lockout in lane number 3, a well-earned lift. And Reed over there got ejected out from underneath of his log. It launched him like a catapult. Beautiful split jerk technique there in lane number 2. And a fantastic push press there in lane number 1. So again, just another example of those differing styles that you're going to see on this lift. Each lifter has to figure out what works best for them and utilize that technique in order to make these lifts. You can see some of the lanes are starting to shrink. We've had several eliminated at this point. Most of the lanes are in round number 3, so this is the 3rd increment for most. You'll also notice differences in the intensity and the personality of the lifters. Some guys like to work themselves into a frenzy before they attack a log. Other guys much more calm and collected, a more methodical approach. Again, a lot of that depends on personality. Big thank you to Serious Steel Fitness for being involved and sponsoring the national championships this weekend. Thank you so much to Rogue supplying these enormous logs that you see being used here on this event, as well as many other things for this weekend. Thank you to Impact Mouth Guards. If you do not have an Impact Mouth Guard yet, make sure you visit the guys at the booth upstairs. Get yourself an Impact Mouth Guard. You will not regret it. Thank you to Pioneer, makers of the finest belts on the market. You can get beautiful custom jobs, beautiful custom power belts from Pioneer. Also, big thank you to Gorilla Strength. We'll talk more about them later. Middleweight lanes now at 295. We are seeing amazing lifts across the board. These guys, this is almost 300 pounds, and these guys are middleweights. Remember, middleweight division cuts off at 231. Looks like our lightweights have been consolidated into one lane at this point. So lightweights are all now in lane 2. So lightweight lane number 2, they're currently at 270 pounds. 270 in lane 2 for our lightweight competitors. That's 100 pounds more than a lot of these guys. So it looks like lane number 5 is currently at 315, so they've already moved up to the next increment. So 315, it looks like 315 in lanes 3, 4, and 5 are at 315. Lane 6 appears to still be at the 295. We've still got a few guys to finish that. Again, you see the numbers starting to dwindle down. Reminder, if you are an athlete that has been eliminated, please head to the back and clear the competition floor. If you have been eliminated, please clear the competition floor. Pulling a heavy log from the floor into the lap, driving the hips up to roll that thing up the chest, getting that secure rack position, and then launching it overhead. That is exactly as taxing and difficult as it sounds. And you're seeing a lot of these guys really starting to feel the effects of this right now. This is getting heavy. So lane 6 has a weight change, and looks like we may have consolidated some lanes here. So looks like lane 6 is now at 315. Lane 5 So lane 5 is done. Those guys are going over to 6. Or at least it appears so. Don't forget to give your favorite lifter some energy, some noise, and some support when they come up to lift. They need every decibel you can give them. Woo, and he ate that one right on the back of the head. He came here to lift logs, not get in a boxing match, but he took a punch from the log. Well, you barely phased him. Chad Clark. So again, you're seeing a lot of our lanes consolidated at this point. We're down to 1 lane for lightweights, 2 lanes for middleweights. Sean Mulligan up at 315. Rips it up to the chest, good rack position. And a near miss at 315. So looks like we're down to 1 lane now for middleweights. Currently 285 pounds in the lightweight lane here, lane number 2, 285. He's trying that push press technique, getting a pop off the chest. Didn't happen for him on the first try. He's going to give it another. Rips it up to the chest, no problem. And the press just not quite there today. So it looks like we're still 315 over here in the middleweight lane. So lane number 6 has all of our remaining middleweights. About half a dozen guys left at lightweight at this point. We are down to the nitty-gritty here in our max log event. Here we go. 285 pounds here in lane number 2. He's got it to the chest. Big power off the hips. He's going to give it another go. Something was off there. He thinks he can fix it. He thinks he can make the adjustment. Let's see what happens. And I tell you what, that second attempt was closer. Wasn't able to get it stabilized and stand back up with it. I believe we are now at 335 in lane number 6. And how about that? He's psyched up over there in lane number 2 for good reason. And look at that, makes it look easy over here in lane number 6. And a good fight for it. Powerful clean, jams it up, had to fight just a little bit to get that lockout. And he did it. Tyler broke out the sunglasses, folks. It's getting serious now. And how about that? His future's so bright, he's got to wear shades. Tyler nails it. And look at this. Competitor after competitor successful with this enormous weight. All right, so we have 2 gentlemen left at 300 pounds in the lightweight division. So Andrew Hanus and William Abel are both still in the game. 300 pounds is the next lift for the lightweight men. This one could be for all the marbles here on the log lift. They're giving them a moment to recuperate. Still several middleweights left, about a dozen guys left here. That's going to dwindle down by the time they're done with this, though. Phenomenal pressing power, big pop off the chest, finished it with the triceps and the delts. Another phenomenal lift here in lane number 6. Big Bob up next. Terrific lift. Big push press there from Bob, utilizes that layback technique. He's got it up to the chest. He's working to stabilize it. Here it goes. Didn't quite look comfortable with it there. He's going to give it another go. And sometimes when you're done, you're done. And he knew it on the clean. Couldn't quite get comfortable on the dip there. He had a good rack position, but when he was going for the dip, it just didn't feel right. He got out of his groove a little bit. And he's going to walk away as well. Just didn't feel right on the clean. He knows he's got a deadlift here in a few minutes, so he's just going to go to the back and rest up. Easy clean for Ryan. Didn't feel stable on the first go. And that was close, but he took a lot of time. Can he recover? Look like he just had some trouble getting his legs into it. So I believe we have our weight change now. So we are now at 355 in lane 6 for our remaining middleweights. And so you know, that exceeds the current amateur middleweight record for Strongman Corporation, which was 345. So everybody who nails this lift is going to be in excess of that. Here's Andrew Haynes over here in lane number 2. Look at that, 300 pounds. And here comes Cody, going for 300 pounds on the log. Andrew made the lift. He has set the mark. He has put the pressure on Abel. He's got it to the chest. And he says, no thanks. That means Andrew gets the win in the max log press in the lightweight division. What a battle between those two. Good show of sportsmanship afterwards, too. Love to see that. All right. About half a dozen guys left over here in our final middleweight lane. Here comes Young. Low squat position, gets it up to the chest. Explosive lift. Holds it steady, puts an exclamation point on it, and he gets credit for the lift. Is he? He's going to walk away from that one, live to fight another day. Close miss. He knew better than to try it again. He knows he's got 5 more events to do this weekend. He knows he's already got good points on this event. Close call on that. Can he recover in time to give it another go? Wasn't quite there. So again, 355 pounds. We are down to the best of the best pressers now. Big power up to the chest. Launches it off. Waves it off. Oh, he's got to take a minute. Got a little lightheaded there, I think. But he's okay. Wait, do we have some Bob Schwartz fans in the house? What an effort. And he took that one on the cranium. We're checking on him here. Our officials are checking on him, fellow competitors. We're going to get some paper towels. They're getting his belt off of him, his wrist wraps off of him. That log clocked him on the head there, folks. He's okay. There we go. He's up. He's up. I tell you what, you just can't get closer than that without getting a down signal. He was so close on that lift. But that log had other plans. That log decided it wanted to sucker punch him. Not the first time Bob's been punched. He'll be all right. All right, folks. It is go time in the lightweight division here because Andrew Haynes is going to attempt an additional lift to go for the national amateur record. The current record sits at 305 pounds. We have the log loaded to 310 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get behind it. He still has some time. He's going to take a breather. Now is the time. He's got to get in there and do it. He's got it to the lap. Big power up to the chest. Solid rack position. Having trouble getting his legs under him. And it didn't happen, but what an effort from Andrew. Just couldn't quite get his legs right on that. We have one lifter left. I believe we are at 375 in our middleweight division. £375. Mr. I wear my sunglasses at night himself, Tyler Young. And here he goes. Our final log lift of the day. And he does it! He gets the signal, 375 from Tyler Young. We are going to take a brief intermission and then get started with our deadlift event. Folks, make sure to hit the concession stands. No need to go hungry while you're here at the Strongman Corporation National Championships. We got nachos, we got hot dogs, we got freshly baked cookies, we got all the good stuff to keep you growing. So go hit the concession stand, get you a refreshing beverage and something to eat. We will be back shortly with our Wheelbarrow deadlift event from Gorilla Strength. We are just a few minutes away from starting our Wheelbarrow deadlift event. These gargantuan implements brought to you by Gorilla Strength. Make sure to check out Gorilla Strength online. Give them a like, give them a follow. Check out all that Gorilla Strength has to offer, including these enormous wheelbarrows, which will be for sale this weekend. If you want to take home one of these at a discounted rate, go see my man Dave from Gorilla Strength, right there in the blue shirt. If you want to take one of these bad boys home, you get a best price you're ever going to get on one this weekend.
Will you?
Gentlemen, head to the back. Gentlemen, head to the back. All competitors to the back, please. We will send you out in your individual heats. If you really want to see the heavyweights move quickly, tell them there's a free steak buffet in the back. But watch out if you say that. You will get trampled. This event, quite a bit different from our previous challenge. This is a deadlift for reps. So they have to grab the handles on these gigantic implements, and they have to stand up with it as many times as possible in 60 seconds. Unlike the last event, there are not multiple turns for each competitor. Once they go, they do as many reps as they can, and then they are done. This event goes much faster than the max log event. £740 in hand is what our heavyweight men have to deal with on this. And you see that we've braced the wheels on these barrows so that the implements have a harder time moving and sliding around. With that kind of weight on them, and as hard as these guys are going to be pulling, they're probably still going to move a little bit. Looks like we are largely set. Our officials just making a few last-minute adjustments. Just adjusting the equipment before we bring out the first heat. So the order of competitors is determined by how they did on the previous event. So if someone did very well on the log press event, they are going to go later in the rotation on this deadlift event. If someone didn't exactly have the best day on the log, you guessed it, they're going to go earlier on the deadlift event. Now the benefit of that for the guys that did very well on the log is that they're going to know what the mark to beat is on this deadlift event theoretically. They're going to get an idea of what the other guys are capable of doing and what they have to beat, and that mental edge serves as a way to strategize. It serves as encouragement. It serves as a way to know what you need to do to win. And that motivation is a great tool to have. So going later on in the rotation is an advantage, and that will be based on how they placed in the previous log press event. Also, a reminder that if you are not one of the athletes that is currently lifting or a staff member, to please stay off the competition floor. We love you, but we got to keep you off the floor. Also, another reminder that it's Hayden's 15th birthday. All right, staff and officials, take your positions, please. All right, I'm going to start bringing out heat number 1. In lane 1, Carlos Lerma. Lane 2, Brian Jardine. Lane 3, Connor Gordon. Lane 4, Warren McDonald. Okay, as it looks like we have 3 competitors out here. We might be missing one. So Carlos Lerma in lane 1. Nope, so I'm being told, looks like that's lane number 3. So it looks like Mr. Gordon will not be competing in this event. So we have Carlos in lane 1, Brian in lane 2, and Warren in lane 4. A few last-minute instructions from our officials before we get rolling here. As soon as everyone's in position, I am going to give the signal. So competitors will start off of the mat. Judges, don't forget to give me a thumbs up when I say judges ready, please. All right, here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off 740 pounds on this deadlift event, as many times as they can stand up with it as possible. And let me tell you something, that is a low pick. It's only 12 inches off the ground. 740 for reps. And we have some reps moving here. Look over here, lane number 4. Warren using those massive legs to good effect. Parallel handle deadlift. 20 seconds to go. Can anyone get another rep here? They've got to dig deep. Every rep's going to count. Every rep's going to be more points on the board. 5 seconds. Time! Let's bring out heat number 2 in lane 1, Dante Petrella. In lane 2, Adolfonso Nieves. Lane 3, Travis Helton. Lane 4, Ty McFarland. So again, 4 lanes utilized here. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And they are getting strapped into these handles. Those straps lock in the grip on those handles, and then it's about driving those feet through the floor, using the power in that lower back, the power in the legs, the hips. And we are seeing some reps here, folks. Look at this. Adolfonso there in lane number 2. He is motoring through these things. Look at the traps on that guy. Ty over there in lane 4, having some success as well. 10 seconds to go. Who can squeeze that final rep in? Time! Heat number 3. Lane 1, Elijah Yoder. Lane 2, Mitch Godwin. Lane 3, Stanley Merkland. Lane 4, Robert Collins. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Now you'll see a few different types of straps being used, and they are legal. The figure 8 straps wrap around the wrist and then go basically under the handle and wrap around the wrist again. So those actually go over the hand twice. The traditional wraparound straps, you'll see, those go around the wrist, but they wrap around the handle itself several times, and then they grasp onto that. 30 seconds to go. Both types of straps are legal as long as the fingers still wrap around the handles. So the fingers must still wrap around the handles there. They can't just let them hang. 15 seconds. Five seconds. Time. As As you can see, this is an incredibly difficult weight to lift, 740 pounds. Let's bring out heat number 4, see if how they fare on this event. Lane number 1 is Adam Turner. Lane 2, Philip Berry. Lane 3, Brandon Williams. Lane 4, Joe Lestracco. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And they are off and running. Or off and lifting, I should say. That is a low pick, 12-inch pick on this parallel handle deadlift. Because it's parallel handles, they're able to get just a little bit more quad out of that, a little more knee extension to help drive it up. 30 seconds. It really comes down to the low back and the hips. £740 in hand. 15 seconds to go. These guys fighting for each and every rep here at the Strongman Corporation National Championships. 5 seconds. Time! Heat number 5. Lane 1, Jerry Robinson. Lane 2, Bo McDermott. Lane 3, Dominic Tangaro. Lane 4, Nicholas Smith. Lane 5, Dylan Williams. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off to the races here. And we are seeing some serious reps right off the bat in the early going here on the Gorilla Strength Wheelbarrow Deadlift event. 30 seconds to go, so we are past the halfway point for this heat. Now is the time to dig deep, see who can get that last rep or 2 reps in. 10 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 6. Lane number 1, Levi Strong. Lane number 2, Andrew Garrison. Lane number 3, Jasper Haney. Lane 4, Robert Miller. Lane 5, Stephen Spencer. Just letting everyone get into position here. And looks like we're good. Athletes ready. Judges ready. This event is incredibly taxing on the body. One of the most taxing events they're going to do all weekend. They are going to feel this, the effects from this on every other event they do. It absolutely decimates the low back. wears out the hamstrings, the hips, and just taxes the system. 30 seconds to go.
Get your feet in front of you.
Tremendous effort we are seeing across the board. 15 seconds. Some of these guys are still going. 5 seconds to go. Time! Please welcome heat number 7. Lane 1, Sean Schellinger. Lane 2, Dylan Thompson. Lane 3, David Elmore. Lane 4, Sam Clapper. Lane 5, James Ortman. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Heat 7 is off and running. Here they go, getting strapped into the wheelbarrows. And look at this. We are seeing some reps moving very well in this heat. We may see some double digits at this point. "30 seconds to go." And Clapper over there in lane 4 looks like he has plenty left in the tank. Look at him go. 15 seconds.
Keep it going.
5 seconds on the clock. Time! Heat number 8 in our heavyweight men. Lane number 1, Nicholas Gardione. Lane number 2, Franklin Easton. Lane 3, Bob Moyer. Lane 4, Michael Baber. Lane 5, Caleb Perkins. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go, getting the straps on, getting a good grab on the handles. And the first reps are up. We have some big boys in this heat. 4-time World Strongest Man champion John Paul Sigmarsson once said, "There is no reason to be alive if you cannot do deadlift." And these guys are living their best life right now. 30 seconds on the clock. We are seeing rep after rep in a few of these lanes. 15 seconds to go. Let's give them some energy. Get behind them, folks. They're going to need it. 5 seconds. Time. Heat number 9. Lane 1, Tyler Brooklyn. Lane 2, John Hook Jr. Lane 3, Chris Slater. Lane 4, Zach Harden. And lane 5, Scott Deese. We're going to take just a short hiatus here, gentlemen. We have to do a little cleanup. Once again, strongman is an extreme sport, and sometimes extreme things happen, so we're going to have a little cleanup here before we bring our next round of athletes up. We want to make sure that every athlete has the opportunity to compete safely, so we're going to clean up a little mess before we move on. big thank you to our staff this weekend. Thank you to our officials. Hey, if you think our officials are doing a great job, let's hear it for them. If you think our helpers, our loaders are doing a great job, let's hear it for them too. If you're glad that Dion brought the national championships to Salem, let's hear it for Dion. Okay, I think cleanup duty is over. We are just about ready. Officials just checking a few last-minute things. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here we go. Again, several different types of straps that you're seeing being used here. Two main types are just the wraparound versus the figure eights, although there are some different types of wraparound straps. Look at the reps being put up here. These are some big beefy boys and they are tossing these things around. 30 seconds to go. And some of these guys look like they got plenty more in the tank. Big Scott Deese down there in lane number 5. He has put up some serious reps. 15 seconds. Five seconds to go. Who wants it more? Time! All right, let's bring out heat number 10. Lane 1, Nicholas Romero. Lane 2, Michael Salter. Lane 3, Andrew Krasik. Lane 4, Daniel Pledger. Lane 5, Zach Roybert. Salter's out. Okay. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Here we go, folks. Reps are up in lanes 1, 3, 4, and in lane 5 as well. Lane 2 is empty. Salter is not continuing. Seconds. So we are now past the halfway point, and this is where the work begins. This is where they have to dig deep and try to grind out every single rep possible in this time limit. 15 seconds remain on the clock. They have to block out the discomfort, block out the pain, and keep on pushing. 5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 11, lane 1, Alex Stoltz. Lane 2, Gabriel Castle. Lane 3, Ray Kuna. Lane 4, Clayton De Silva. Lane 5, Brian Kitchton. Athletes ready, judges ready. You'll see they're wasting no time getting strapped into the implement. They have 60 seconds to do as many reps as possible, so they don't want to waste any time getting the strap set up. So you see they definitely look like they're in a hurry trying to get strapped in. They want to utilize the time as best as they possibly can to get the most number of reps. 30 seconds to go. And these guys are putting on a show here at the 2021 Strongman Corporation National Championships. 15 seconds. Who can dig deep? Who can make it happen as the clock winds down? 5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 12. Lane 1, Dominic Crequy. Lane 2, Nicholas Curl. Lane 3, Josh Gregory. Lane 4, Eric Carlson. Lane 5, Howard Battle. Some of our officials making sure the equipment is set properly. And we're good. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Once again, our heavyweight men are tasked with lifting 740 pounds in hand with these enormous wheelbarrow devices made by Gorilla Strength. These huge implements loaded to the gills. Look how many plates are on this thing. 30 seconds to go. Those plates are stacked up to the ceiling to make this thing heavy enough for our heavyweight men. 15 seconds. Every rep counts in the standings. 5 seconds to go. Time. Heat 13. Lane 1, Tyler Davis. Lane 2, Stephen Good. Lane 3, Jamie Wilson. Lane 4, Thomas Sroka. Lane 5, Taylor Dutcher. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And they are getting strapped in and ready to pull. Again, they have to drive the feet into the floor. They have to utilize the legs to break that off the ground and get it started. But the majority of this is going to be in the back. They have to extend the hips with those glutes, but it is the back that's usually the limiting factor on a lift like this. 30 seconds. So whose back can hold up? We know most of them, their legs can lift it. 740 pounds. Crushing down on their spines. 15 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Time.
Oh yeah, she's doing great.
Heat 14. Lane 1, Garrett Payne. Lane 2, Gary Westrope. Lane 3, Sean Deem. Lane 4, Andrew Prosser. Lane 5, Matt Webb. Oh, we got a few Matt Webb fans in the house, don't we? A few last-minute instructions from our officials, and looks like we are good. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. 1 minute on the clock to get as many repetitions as possible. They have to stand all the way up with the weight. They have to get the down command from the referee in order to receive credit for the lift. And in order to prevent bouncing of the implement, they have to wait for an up call once it touches the ground. 30 seconds to go. And look at these guys fight. You can see the blood pressure going up. You see the veins popping out of their forehead. Less than 15 seconds on the clock. Who can get these final reps? Who wants it? Who's going to fight for it? 5 seconds to go. Who wants that national title? Time! Heat 15, lane 1, Nick Davis. Lane 2, CJ Hunt. Lane 3, Lucas Hatton. Lane 4, Zach Stoughton. Lane 5, John Waterbury. Athletes ready, judges ready. And here they go, getting strapped into the barrows. And the first reps are up. These are some of the biggest of the big, some of the strongest of the strong, and some of the toughest of the tough. And you're going to have to be tough to hammer through all these reps and get as many reps as you need to win this event. 30 seconds to go. There can be no quit. There can be no second guessing. They have to give it everything they've got. 15 seconds. It hurts. It's uncomfortable. It feels like your head is going to pop off your shoulders, but they've got to keep fighting. 5 seconds. Time! Heat 16. Lane 1, Austin Andrade. Lane 2, Albert Brand. Lane 3, Nicholas Sakente. Lane 4, Kendall Williamson. Lane 5, Logan Money. See, we're having some officials converge over there in lane 1, so just hold your horses for a moment there, gentlemen. I think they're just going to scoot the implement, but it takes about 10 people to do that, so. God bless our staff for figuring out how to move that thing. I'm glad they didn't ask me. Great job to our staff. Thank you guys for getting that set up so everybody gets a fair shake on this event. Okay, just waiting for all of our officials to be able to get back in position. And we will be good to go. Athletes ready, judges ready. And they are off. Look at the size of these guys. Where on earth did we find 100 dudes this size for a heavyweight division here this weekend? I did when there are 100 guys this big and strong on earth. We got every one of them here at the National Championships. Looking good in the early going. There's 30 seconds left. And we have a few guys still pulling. Looking good for more. They still have some time to put up more reps. 15 seconds to be exact. Who wants it? Who's going to get those final reps with 5 seconds to go? Time! And folks, I can't believe my eyes. We are in Heat 17, our final heat of heavyweight men. Lane number 1, David Laughlin. Lane 2, Tim Buck. Lane 3, David Tinsman. Lane 4, Thomas Evans. Lane 5, Jack Plankers. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Do not blink, ladies and gentlemen. I have a feeling we are going to see some reps going up from this bunch. These guys are bigger than the wheelbarrows, and that's saying something. Seconds to go. They are past the halfway point, and now it's time to clock in and put your work boots on, boys. It is time to dig deep and make it happen. 15 seconds. These guys they got 5 seconds left, and they are tired. They got to keep fighting. Time! And that does it for our men's heavyweight division. All right, we are ready for heat number 1 in our men's middleweight division. Lane 1, Luke Sinagra. Lane 2, Nicholas Morris. Lane 3, Mark Clevenger. Lane 4, Craig Tucker. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off. Here we go in the middleweight division. Who is going to be the first one to get some reps on this? That thing is incredibly heavy. As a matter of fact, 30 seconds to go. It is 670 pounds heavy. So 670. "15 seconds to go. And at 670, you may as well glue that thing to the floor. That is some heavy stuff for middleweight men. Time! Heat number 2, lane 1, Jonathan Mead. Lane 2, Cannell Brown. Lane 3, Isaac Smith. Lane 4, Michael Smith. Lane 5, Robert Bloss. Athletes ready. Judges ready. He's saying no, we are not ready yet. Waiting for a signal from our judges. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. the first reps are on the board. Lanes 1 and 3 off to a good start. Lane 4 as well.
Keep it going.
Several competitors looking very strong so far. 30 seconds to go.
Keep it going.
Every athlete fought so hard to be here at this national championships here in 2021 in Salem, Virginia. We appreciate them all coming out and putting forth this effort. 15 seconds on the clock.
Let's get it done.
5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 3, lane 1, Tanner Haas. Lane 2, Joshua Dobbins. Lane 3, Larry Zapataki. Lane 4, Justin Ramirez. Lane 5, Daryl Aldridge. Just letting everyone get into position here. And we're good. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Again, these athletes are going to have to fight, scratch, and claw for every rep. This is heavy stuff, 670 pounds. With every successful lift, they're going to pass more competitors on the roster. They're going to get that many more points. 30 seconds to go. You can see the effort. You can hear the effort. My God, if you're down here on the floor, you can feel the effort. 15 seconds. These guys are leaving it all on the floor. 5 seconds to go. Time! I think we had a buzzer beater rep over there in lane number 4. I saw the judge's hand move. I think he did get credit for that. Yep, I got confirmation. He did, just in time. Heat number 4, lane 1, Zachary Davis. Lane 2, Eric Olmstead. Lane 3, Rob McKee. Lane 4, Jesse Purvis. Lane 5, Rick Carroll. Staff just taking a moment to make a few adjustments. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Again, they strap in after the time starts, so they want to do so nice and efficiently so they can get as many pulls as possible in the time limit and not waste time on their straps. Look at this, we are seeing some reps moving. 30 seconds. So they are past the halfway point. This is where things get nasty. 15 seconds to go. Who can dig deep and get those last few reps in the remaining time? Time! Heat number 5, lane 1, Micah Rupp. Lane 2, Britton Klebert. Lane 3, Cody Munger. Lane 4, Nathan Barna. Lane 5, Ryan Perrault. Athletes ready. Judges ready. 670 pounds on the Gorilla Strength Wheelbarrow Deadlift event. Those handles are only 12 inches off the floor. That is a 12-inch pick height off those handles. Pretty low for a parallel handle deadlift. A lot of times you'll see a similar event like a car deadlift, and it'll be at 14, 16, or even 18 inches. 30 seconds. And look at the work being done here. 15 seconds to go. They're giving it everything they've got to squeeze out every single rep. Time! Heat number 6, lane 1, Reed Tompkins. Lane 2, William Kendall. Lane 3, Andrew Pepio. Lane 4, Alvino Garcia. Lane 5, Jared Richards. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And the first reps are up. Here they go. Rep after rep. We'll see they have to wait for the down command from the judge in their lane. In order to receive that down command, they must stand up all the way with the knees extended. 30 seconds. And these guys are just motoring through these reps. Unbelievable what we're seeing from this heat. 15 seconds on the clock. Five seconds to go. Who's going to dig deep? Time! Heat number 7, lane 1, Dan Gavio. Lane 2, Alan Thrall. Lane 3, David Olson. Lane 4, Damian Chavez. Lane 5, Jeremy Clevenger. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Here they go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them some energy. Let's get behind them, folks. They're going to need it with that kind of weight. Again, this requires a tremendous amount of strength in the lower back. 30 seconds to go. That back's so important to be able to transfer all that strength from the legs through the trunk. 15 seconds on the clock. Five seconds. Time. All right, heat number 8, lane 1, Daniel Zimmer. Lane 2, Damian Hollis. Lane 3, Stan Cantor. Lane 4, James Oglesby. Lane 5, Zach Miller. Judges ready. And we are off and moving, folks. Here we go. You'll see a contrast in styles as well. Some guys really like to utilize that eccentric, barely touch it to the ground and pull it right back up as soon as they get the signal. 30 seconds. Some guys prefer to free fall it a bit, let their tension go, reset and pull again. 15 seconds. 5 seconds to go. You can see the strain on their faces finishing these reps. Time! Heat number 9, lane 1, Jeremiah Knapp. Lane 2, Ivan Molina. Lane 3, John Robinson. Lane 4, Brandon Myers. Lane 5, Jacob McBride. We're going to take a brief pause to reset the equipment. Believe it or not, these things can move around, even with the wheels chalked. When you're moving that kind of weight and they're getting slammed over and over, they do tend to move a little bit, so we're going to have to pop the wheels up on that bad boy, get it moved a little. So gentlemen, just breathe for a minute. As soon as we get these things reset in the proper position for everyone, we will turn you loose. Looks like we are set. Thank you so much to our staff for taking a moment to get everything set. We want to make sure all the competitors have the same experience in each lane. Athletes ready. Judges ready.
Let's go, Jeremiah. Get it.
First rep up in lane number 2, already on to the second. Look at this. We're seeing some big pullers here. We have guys that are motoring through some of these reps. Look at them go. Unbelievable start that we're seeing. 30 seconds on the clock, and we may see 30 more reps out of lane number 2. Seconds. I tell you what, these guys came to play. Five seconds to go. Time. Heat number 10. Lane 1, Sean Mullican. Lane 2, Brendan Swingros. Lane 3, Marshall Buckler. Lane 4, Daniel Camacho. Lane 5, Christian Morris. Our officials just checking something with the equipment there, making sure that it's set properly. Looks like we're good. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go. 60 seconds on the clock to get as many reps as possible. Most reps wins. And we are seeing some reps moving in this heat. Look at these guys go. "30 seconds left." They're going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to get everything they've got. Every rep matters. Every rep is more points for that overall score. 15 seconds. Five seconds to go. Time. Heat number 11, lane 1, Thomas Murphy. Lane 2, Servando Marquin III. Lane 3, Jack Turner. Lane 4, Ryan Saxton. And lane 5, Omar Ahmad.
Go quick! You don't stop pulling till they call the time.
Athletes ready. Judges ready.
Go, Jack! Come on,
Here we go. They're getting strapped in, ready to go. Saxton on the board with a few reps early on. And holy moly, look at this, folks. We have several guys in this heat that are putting on a show. 30 seconds to go. Hey, they're going to need you to get louder than that, folks. Let's get behind them. 15 seconds. 5 seconds on the clock. Time. Amazing performances. And special shout out to the Jack Turner fan club behind me here. Heat number 12, lane 1, Ryan Fell. Lane 2, Bob Schwantz. Lane 3, Sam Pape. Lane 4, Dan Hughes. And lane 5, Blake Ditas. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go. We are seeing some reps on the board. All these guys looking pretty darn good here in the early goings. Who can keep this up the longest? That is the question. 30 seconds. Who can keep knocking out those reps, lift after lift after lift? Who's going to dig deep? Who wants it more? Who wants that pro card? 15 seconds to go. You may be seeing a national champion right here in this heat. 5 seconds. Time. Our 13th and final heat of our middleweight men's division. Lane 1, Mark Jones. Lane 2, Justin Weaver. Lane 3, Charles Pierce. Lane 4, Matthew McKiston. Lane 5, Tyler Young. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here we go, folks. Big reps moving in every lane. They have to drive those feet into the floor, extend the legs. The back is the limiting factor. If the back can hold up and transfer the power from the hips and the legs. 30 seconds. Look at the performances we are seeing here in lane after lane. They are still going strong. Folks, let's get behind them. 15 seconds to go. Who's going to get the job done? 5 seconds. Unbelievable. These guys don't even know where they're at right now after that kind of performance. We are going to take a moment. We're going to reset the implements and get ready for our lightweight men. And here come the lightweights in heat number 1. Lane 1, Javon Carls. Lane 2, Greg Schultz. Lane 3, Johnny Ciparino. Lane 4, David Harrison. A few last-minute instructions from our referees. Here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we have turned them loose on the deadlift event. So this is 600 pounds for our lightweight men, 600 for as many reps as possible. "30 seconds to go." Remember our lightweight division, the men's cutoff is at 175 pounds body weight. We also have the 150 subclass. 15 seconds, and they are tasked with lifting 600 pounds in hand on these gargantuan implements from Gorilla Strength. Time! Heat number 2, lane 1, Edward DeGoli. Lane 2, Peter Corradi. Lane 3, Robert Schumann. Lane 4, Lauren Cohen. Lane 5, Josh Funner. Athletes ready. Judges ready. So here we go. Our second heat of lightweight men getting strapped in. And we already have a rep on the board. A few guys getting reps on the board already. 30 seconds to go, so we're now past the halfway point. They have got to dig deep. They have got to do everything possible to get those reps on the board. Total points is the name of the game. 15 seconds. So every single rep moves them further up the ladder and gives them more points in the overall score. 5 seconds. Time. Heat number 3, lane 1, Josh Hendrickson. Lane 2, Thomas Pacini. Lane 3, Dan DeCoravant. Lane 4, Jonathan Corcoran. Lane 5, Peter Hergeth. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And look at this, we are seeing some reps moving. Some of these guys making it look pretty simple so far, I gotta tell you. This is looking good. We are seeing some big performances here. 30 seconds. Time to see who's done their homework and who's ready to dig deep, who's ready to give it their all, who's ready to leave their soul on the competition platform. 10 seconds. And they are still fighting for each and every rep. Time. Heat number 4. Lane 1, Vince Colentes. Lane 2, Christopher Sergeson. Lane 3, Nathan Jones. Lane 4, Jake Kelly. Lane 5, Quinn Romasco. Athletes ready. Judges ready. "60 seconds to get as many reps as possible." It sounds like a long time, but 60 seconds goes by pretty quickly when you're trying to get as many reps as you possibly can and your body is screaming at you to stop. You have to be able to shut off your mind. 30 seconds to go. You have to be able to go to that place where your mind can no longer limit your body. 15 seconds remain. And we are seeing some epic battles against this implement here. 5 seconds. Time! Heat number 5, lane 1, Josh Heileman. Lane 2, Michael Sidwell. Lane 3, Alec Patrone. Lane 4, Daniel Balderrama. Lane 5, Nicholas Boyce.
Come on, Daniel, let's go.
Staff just taking a moment to adjust the equipment. And looks like we are ready. Athletes ready. Judges ready.
Let's go, come on. Get set, let's go. There it is, easy.
And here we go, folks. The reps are moving now. Who can summon that strength over and over again to get the most number of lifts on the board? This is an event they're going to pay a price for this. 30 seconds. They're going to feel this event on every other event this weekend because it's going to tax the back so badly, the hips, the legs, the hamstrings. 15 seconds.
One more, come on.
Let's get behind him, folks. See if anybody can get these last few reps in the last 5 seconds. Time! Our 6th and final heat in our lightweight men's division. Lane 1, Nick Gagnon. Lane 2, Rafael Paredes. Lane 3, Sebastian Kluger. Lane 4, Cody Abel. Lane 5, Andrew Haynes. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go. I'm familiar with several of these guys. As a matter of fact, I've called all of their names before at high-level competitions. I've seen all of these guys in action before, and let me tell you, these are some incredible athletes you are seeing here. 30 seconds to go, and these are some of the best lightweights you'll ever have the pleasure to see. 15 seconds. Who's going to do it? Who's going to dig deep? Who's going to get the job done with 5 seconds to go? Time! All right, folks, we are going to take a short hiatus as we get ready for our sandbag toss event. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the concession stands. No need to go hungry, no need to be thirsty. Go visit the concession stands, get you some grub, get you something to drink. Hey, let's all be not hangry. Let's be the opposite of that. Let's all get some food and be happy and enjoy a nice strongman show when we come back shortly with our sandbag toss event. All right, here we go. Our head official says we are ready, so if I can get all my staff and judges in position, I'm going to bring it out. Okay, heavyweight men, heat number 1. Lane 2, Carlos Lerma. Lane 3, Connor Gordon. Lane 4, Joel Stracco. Lane 5, Travis Helton. Lane 6, Brandon Williams. Okay, taking a moment to make sure everyone's in position here. Last minute instructions from our officials. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off to the races. All right, folks, here is the deal on the sandbag toss. This one is fun, it's fast-paced, and it requires explosive power to hurl those bags over the uprights. Those uprights are set at 16 and a half feet. That's 16 and a half feet that they have to toss those bags over. 25 seconds to go. The bags range from 35 to 50 pounds. 15 seconds. So the first bag at 35, second bag at 40, third bag at 45, and the final bag. 5 seconds to go. Final bag at 50 pounds. Time! Heat number 2. Lane 2, Sean Schellinger. Lane 3, Franklin Easton. Lane 4, Chris Slater. Lane 5, Nicholas Curl. Lane 6, Nicholas Sakinte. Okay, making sure our staff has everything in position. And here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. 35 pounds on the first bag, over 16 and a half feet. And it's not enough to throw them high. You also have to arc them over the uprights. So you're going to see who practiced. You're going to see who spent a little bit of time learning this. "30 seconds to go." Again, who can summon that explosive power again and again? 15 seconds. Every missed attempt just pulls the power out of the body. 5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 3. Lane 2, Brian Jardine. Lane 3, Stanley Merkland. Lane 4, Dylan Williams. Lane 5, Andrew Garrison. Lane 6, David Elmore. Letting everyone get into position here. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And look at these bags flying. Oh my Lord. These guys came to play, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing some of these things go into orbit. And you'll notice most of the guys will get to one bag that's going to give them some trouble, and it might take a few throws to get it over. 30 seconds to go. The tough part is being able to be that explosive and that powerful on attempt after attempt. So you really want to nail that the first try if possible. That's also going to result in a better time, and the fastest time to complete a number of bags gets the higher placing points. 5 seconds to go. Time.
Since some of these in orbit, it's basically they send them to cryptocurrency replacement.
Yes, it's a good line. I'll use it.
Heat number 4. Lane 2, Nicholas Gardione. Lane 3, John Hook Jr. Lane 4, Howard Battle. Lane 5, Dante Petrella. Lane 6, Jerry Robinson. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off to the races. They are out of the gate, and they are hurling these bags over. Strongman is about finding the strongest athlete over a variety of events, so you'll notice each of these events test the athletes in a different way. We are looking at a total picture of strength, not just being good at one or two things or one or two aspects. 30 seconds. "15 seconds on the clock. Can anyone make it happen as the time winds down? 5 seconds. Here we go. Time. Heat number 4. Lane 1, Warren McDonald. Lane 2, Elijah Yoder. Lane 3, Bo McDermott. Lane 4, Dominic Tangaro. Lane 5, Tyler Borkland. Lane 6, Zach Weibert. Athletes ready. Judges ready. All 6 lanes being utilized now. You'll notice some of the athletes will grab 2 bags at a time and drag them back closer to the barricade. Some will launch them from where they sit. "30 seconds left, so we are past the halfway point. It is time to dig deep, gentlemen, and make it happen. This is for the national title. This is for that pro card. This is for that Arnold spot. 15 seconds. And time. That takes us to heat number 6. Lane 1, Robert Collins. Lane 2, Philip Berry. Lane 3, Stephen Spencer. Lane 4, Jamie Wilson. Lane 5, Gary Westrop. Lane 6, Albert Brand. Yes. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go. Bags are flying around like UFOs, unidentified flying strongman implements. They are just flying right over the barricade here. Impressive showing in the early goings from this heat. Seconds. We are past halfway. It is time to make this happen, gentlemen.
Jump, get tall.
15 seconds on the clock. It is now or never. 5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 7. Lane 1, Mitch Godwin. Lane 2, Nicholas Smith. Lane 3, Michael Bader. Lane 4, Caleb Perkins. Lane 5, Gabriel Castle. Lane 6, Ray Kuna. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And the bags, they are a flying 35 pounds on the first bag, 40 in the second. The third bag weighs in at 45 pounds, and the final bag at 50 pounds. And they went over there in lane number 2. Can anyone else here finish that series? There's a few guys that are close, 30 seconds. And Caleb does it. 15 seconds left. The time is winding down, 5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 8, lane 1, John Waterbury. Lane 2, Ty McFarland. Lane 3, Robert Miller. Lane 4, Nicholas Romero. Lane 5, Andrew Krasick. Lane 6, Alex Stoltz. Athletes ready. Judges ready.
I'm not sure how you're used to these levels.
And there they go. The bags are moving. Few guys already on to the third bag. Lane number 6 on to the final bag, as is lane 4. "30 seconds. All right, folks, let's give them some energy. Let's get behind them. They've got 15 seconds to make it happen. Who's going to step up to the plate? Who's going to show they want it? 5 seconds on the clock. Time! Heat number 9, lane 1, Brian Kitchton. Lane 2, Dominic Creequy. Lane 3, Tyler Davis. Lane 4, Jasper Haney. Lane 5, James Ortman. Lane 6, Taylor Dutcher. Athletes ready, judges ready. And some of these bad boys are headed to the rafters. We're going to take out the lights here at the convention center. How about that? He is pumped, as well he should be. We saw a special performance right there. 30 seconds. You know, I've been sitting here telling you how difficult this event is, and then somebody comes and does it in like 10 seconds. 15 seconds to go. Five seconds. Time. What a clutch throw there in lane number 4. Just seconds to go, and he got it over. Heat number 8, lane 1, Garrett Payne. Lane 2, Sean Deem. Lane 3, Matthew Webb. Lane 4, Kendall Williamson. Lane 5, Logan Money. Lane 6, David Lachlan.
Come on, make it count.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go. And again, the ceiling is in danger. And Webb completes the series in impressive fashion. We are really starting to see some phenomenal performances here on the sandbag toss event. 30 seconds on the clock. We are past the halfway point. They have got to get those bags over. They've got to grab every point they possibly can to stay in the hunt for the national title. 15 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Time. Heat number 11. Lane 1, Adam Turner. Lane 2, Dylan Thompson. Lane 3, Bob Moyer. Lane 4, Stephen Good. Lane 5, Zach Stoughton. Lane 6, Tim Buck. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Low-flying aircraft beware, because these bags are hitting the ozone layer into the stratosphere with them. We are seeing more and more guys that are able to complete the entire series. 30 seconds to go. 15 seconds remain. Lane 4 going to give it another shot. 5 seconds. Time. Heat number 12. Lane 1, David Tinsman. Lane 2, Scott Deese. Lane 3, Austin Andrade. Lane 4, Thomas Evans. Lane 5, Alfonso Nieves. Lane 6, Levi Strong. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off and running. Even my whistle is tired at this point, apparently. I don't know how it made that sound. But that's not important. What is important, though, these guys hurling these sandbags like madmen. Look at that. This is phenomenal. Look how many guys already finished, less than 30 seconds to go. "15 seconds remain. Who's going to make it happen?
That's the one.
Time. Okay, heat 13, lane number 1, Zach Harden. Lane 2, Daniel Pledger. Lane 3, Eric Carlson. Lane 4, Thomas Sroka. Lane 5, Nick Davis. Lane 6, Josh Gregory. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And the whistle is back in commission. And we are off to a blistering pace in some of these lanes. Look at that. Unbelievable. These guys are fired up and they deserve it. My Lord, some of the performances we're seeing here. 30 seconds.
Jump.
15 seconds on the clock.
Jump, come on, Tom.
And Tom gets it over. Time. Our 14th and final heat for our heavyweight men. Lane 1, Lucas Hatton. Lane 2, Jack Plankers. Lane 3, CJ Hunt. Lane 4, Sam Clapper. Lane 5, Clayton De Silva. And lane 6, Andrew Prosser. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are off and running here. Tactical mistake there in lane number 2. He thought his first bag went over. He had to redo that one. He's still on pace for a good time. "30 seconds left. It is time to get it done, gentlemen. Let's do this. 15 seconds remain for our competitors to attempt to finish this course. 5 seconds. Time! All right, folks, we are going to begin our middleweight division shortly as soon as we have time to adjust the uprights. So the barricades will drop to 15.5 feet. The weight remains the same. 35, 40, 45, and 50 are the weights of the bags. But we're going to drop the barricades 1 foot for our middleweight men. Here we go. Heat number 1, lane 2, Mark Clevenger. Lane 3, Craig Tucker. Lane 4, Kennell Brown. Lane 5, Robert Bloss. Lane 6, Rob McKee. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we are rolling our first heat in our men's middleweight division. Again, remember the order is based off the performance of the previous event. So the guys that did really well on the deadlift will get to go later in the order here on the sandbag toss event. 30 seconds to go. And again, this is about explosive power. Who can drive through the hips and hurl this thing to the moon? 15 seconds. 5 seconds. Let's make it happen, gentlemen. Time.
Let's go out.
Heat number 2. Lane 2, Alan Thrall. Lane 3, Thomas Murphy. Lane 4, Luke Sinegra. Lane 5, Tanner Haas. Lane 6, Zachary Davis.
Let's go out.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here we go, folks. One note about this event. If in fact a bag were to get stuck on top of the barricade, that would indeed count as a completed throw. So at that point, the competitor would be allowed to move on to the next bag and hurl the next one in the rotation. 30 seconds. We haven't seen that happen just yet, but it does happen on this type of event, believe it or not. "15 seconds remain.
One last time.
Let's get behind them, folks. They've got 5 seconds to get it done. Time. Heat number 3, lane 1, Sean Mulliken. Lane 2, Daniel Camacho. Lane 3, Jesse Purvis. Lane 4, John Robinson. Lane 5, Jonathan Mead. Lane 6, Joshua Dobbins. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And we're off. Lane 1 with 2 bags over pretty quickly.
Why you stand? Get more.
This is about strength, explosiveness, rate of force development. Testing these athletes in a variety of ways over the weekend. 30 seconds left. And whoever turns out to be the best at all 6 of our weekend's challenges will be crowned the national champion. Pro cards going out this weekend to the top 3 in each division, as well as Arnold invites. 10 seconds. Time. Heat number 4, lane 1, William Kendall. Lane 2, Damian Chavez. Lane 3, Jeremy Clevenger. Lane 4, James Oglesby. Lane 5, Ryan Peralt. Lane 6, Larry Zapataki. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And pretty quickly out of the gate, we have the first bunch of bags going over. And these guys are moving pretty well through the first few bags. That third bag seems to be the one that gives a lot of guys a lot of trouble. 30 seconds remain. big power from the legs and hips and the ability to transfer that through the upper body. 15 seconds to go. That is what is required to do well at this event. 5 seconds. Time! Heat number 5. Lane 1, Nicholas Morris. Lane 2, Michael Smith. Lane 3, Jeremiah Knapp. Lane 4, Daryl Aldridge. Lane 5, Nathan Barna. Lane 6, Stan Cantor. Athletes ready. Judges ready. 60 seconds on the clock. And they are challenged with getting all 4 of these bags over the barricade. Anyone that does not finish the entire course will be credited with the number of bags that they did complete and the time in which they completed them. So if 2 different athletes finish with 3 bags, for example, the athlete who did it faster gets the higher placing points. Less than 30 seconds to go. "15 seconds remain. They have got to do everything in their power to get these bags over the barricade and secure those additional points to stay in the running." Time!
Let's go, Omar!
Maxing on heat number 7, lane 1. Excuse me, heat number 6, lane 1. Alvino Garcia. Lane 2, Omar Ahmad. Lane 3, Ryan Fell. Lane 4, Cody Munger. Lane 5, Reed Tompkins. Lane 6, Brandon Myers. Athletes ready. Judges ready. These bags are flying. Look at these guys go. And lane 3 gets it done in impressive fashion.
Let's go, Lane!
Somebody call air traffic control. Let them know. 30 seconds. I think a few of those bags ended up in the stands on the other side. 16 seconds. Gonna have to send our staff up into the bleachers to retrieve the bags. 5 seconds. Time. Heat number 7, lane 1, Micah Rupp. Lane 2, Britton Klebert. Lane 3, Dan Gavio. Lane 4, Damian Hollis. Lane 5, Brendan Swingross. Lane 6, Marshall Buckler. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And they're off. Remember, it's not just enough to throw the bag high. They have to be able to arc it over top of the barricade in order to get credit for the throw. It must go over top of that giant barricade apparatus. The heaviest bag at 50 pounds, so it's 35, 40, 45, and 50. 30 seconds. 15 and a half feet is the height of the barricade. And that is a long way to throw, folks. 15 seconds to go. Can anyone dig deep in these final seconds and get that next bag over? 5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 8, lane 1, Christian Morris. Lane 2, Isaac Smith. Lane 3, Eric Olmstead. Lane 4, David Olson. Lane 5, Jacob McBride. Lane 6, Matthew McKiston. Just waiting for everyone to get into position. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And look over there in lane number 6, Matthew hurling those things into space. And into the stratosphere they go. These guys launching those bags. 30 seconds remain. We are past the halfway point. Who is going to get it done? Who is going to step up to the plate? Who is going to show what they're made of with 15 seconds remaining on the clock? Who's going to show that they want that pro card? They want that Arnold invite. They want that national title. 5 seconds. Time! Heat number 9, lane 1, Justin Ramirez. Lane 2, Andrew Pepio. Lane 3, Samuel Pape. Lane 4, Blake Ditas. Lane 5, Charles Pierce. Lane 6, Zach Miller. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And look at him go, folks. Oh, my Lord. Lane number 4 made short work of the bags. That's got to be a good time. He's throwing up the double biceps. He's happy about that. 30 seconds to go. We've still got a few guys going at it, folks. Let's give them some energy. Let's get behind them. 15 seconds. Five seconds to go. Time. Heat number 10, lane 1, Ivan Molina. Lane 2, Justin Weaver. Lane 3, Rick Carroll. Lane 4, Jared Richards. Lane 5, Daniel Zimmer. Lane 6, Servando Marquin III. Athletes ready. Judges ready. The first bag's flying over in most every lane here. Second bag's going well. Also, third bag's lane 1 already onto the fourth bag, as is lane 4. Those bags are flying. "30 seconds. Time to make it happen, gentlemen. Who's going to be flying on the pain plane and who's going to ride the game train to victory here at the 2021 National Championships?" 10 seconds to go.
One more try.
Time. Our 11th and final heat for our middleweight men. Lane 1, Bob Schwantz. Lane 2, Jack Turner. Lane 3, Ryan Sexton. Lane 4, Daniel Hughes. Lane 5, Tyler Young. Lane 6, Mark Jones.
Settle the bags. Settle the bags. Fix the bags.
I have a sneaky suspicion the crowd will be loud for this one.
Let's go, Turner. You gotta have these. Come on, Jack. Up and over. Come on, Jack.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. And there they go. The question isn't can they finish, it's how fast will they finish. You are seeing some of the best right here.
Green. Big tall. Get tall.
Look at these guys go, several already finished. 30 seconds on the clock. Come on, folks, they need your energy. Let's go.
Let's go, Steve.
Up on your toes.
15 seconds.
Get tall. You gotta be tall. Big reach. Watch where it goes.
5 seconds to go.
One last try.
Time. What amazing efforts there. Some real heartbreakers, too, that we saw. We saw a few that just got right to the top of the barricade and just came back down on the wrong side. So we're going to take a moment, get ready for our lightweight men. We're going to reset the bags. We're going to lower the barricades 1 more foot. So they're going to have a 14.5-foot throw. It was 13, excuse me. So they're going to go to 18 inches. 13 feet will be the throwing height for the lightweight men. Bags remain the same, 35, 40, 45, and 50 pounds. This is still 3 feet higher than a basketball rim, just for reference. Once again, thank you so much to our sponsors this weekend: Serious Steel Fitness, Rogue Fitness, Impact Custom Mouth Guards. We have Gorilla Strength as well. Once again, thank you so much to all the people that made this happen. The City of Salem, the Civic Center for having us. We appreciate all the support from all these various entities. So make sure to follow all those companies online. Give them a like, give them a follow, show them some love. Let them know you appreciate them supporting Strongman. Our officials making sure that everything is set properly, double checking before they get into position here. So heat number 1, lane 1, David Harrison. Lane 2, Peter Corrade. Lane 3, Josh Bonner. Lane 4, Peter Hergeth. Lane 5, Vince Colentes. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And you can see the difficulty already. This 13-foot barricade and these extremely heavy bags that they have to hurl over that barricade. Again, the idea is to toss all the bags over. However, anyone that does not finish the course will receive credit for the bags they did complete. 30 seconds to go. These guys are giving it their all. 15 seconds left on the clock. This is where it counts, gentlemen. It is time to do it. 5 seconds to go. Time! Heat number 2, lane 1, Robert Schumann. Lane 2, Michael Sidwell. Lane 3, Sebastian Kluger. Lane 4, Edward DeGoli. Lane 5, Nick Gagnon. Lane 6, Johnny Chipperino. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And off they go. And Gagnon throwing them pretty much from where they sit. Look at this. We've got a few guys already who are close to finishing. Look at the effort it requires on each and every throw to get these things over. 30 seconds. A completely different type of challenge than what we saw earlier with the max log. Different even than the deadlift event. 15 seconds remain on the clock. Five seconds to go. Time. Heat number 3, lane 1, Lauren Cohen. Lane 2, Alec Patron. Lane 3, Daniel Balderrama. Lane 4, Greg Schultz. Lane 5, Rafael Paredes. Lane 6, Nathan Jones. Athletes ready. Judges ready. And here they go, folks. Again, 13 feet is the height of the barricade. The bags range from 35 to 50 pounds. The heaviest bag is equivalent to about 6 jugs of milk. 30 seconds to go.
Take a break. Come on.
Let's get behind them, folks. They need your energy. 15 seconds on the clock. Can anyone step up and make another throw? 5 seconds. Time. Heat number 4. Lane 1, Jake Kelly. Lane 2, Thomas Piccini. Lane 3, Dan DeCoravant. Lane 4, Jonathan Corican. Lane 5, Nicholas Boyce. Lane 6, Josh Heilman. Athletes ready, judges ready. All right, several lanes with the first bag over, some already on to the second and third one. It's not only important to try to finish each bag, it's important to try to do them as quickly as possible. Because the faster the time, the higher the placing points, even if you don't finish the course. 30 seconds. Our lightweight men are out there working their butts off, putting everything they have into this event with 15 seconds to go. 5 seconds. Time. Our fifth and final heat for lightweight men. Lane 1, Siobhan Quarles. Lane 2, Quinn Ramasco. Lane 3, Christopher Sergeson. Lane 4, Cody Abel. Lane 5, Andrew Haynes. Lane 6, Josh Hendrickson. Athletes ready, judges ready. And look at these guys go, oh my Lord. And Haynes finishes the course in impressive fashion. Every other lane still working on it. Abel was right there. Seconds to go. We're seeing some real nail-biting throws here that are so close. 5 seconds. Time. And that concludes our sandbag throw event and today's event. So, staff, please stick around. Staff, please stick around. Congratulations to all of the athletes for putting up a tremendous performance here today. We appreciate you all coming out, putting on a show for us.